right, I think I might be live here. Hello, 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 Zen friends. Happy. It's a Thursday, right? I almost said Friday. It feels like a Friday. I don't know why. But hello, everybody. I hope you're having a great Thursday and or Friday morning. If you are on the other side of the planet, could be Friday already for you. But it's so good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Got some storms coming in. Well, rain, not like a storm, is no thunder and lightning, but some nice precipitation. I hear it hitting against my window. So we got a little bit of rain coming in. We were like up to 80 degrees today. It drops to like down into the 30s tonight and chance of snow tomorrow. I know that's Colorado for you. But before we get into everything, let us start by coming back to this moment, out of the future, out of the past, out of the chaos of the outside world. We'll come back to here right now, right here in our hearts. We'll do that by taking a big deep breath in. If you want to join me, hold it for as long as you feel comfortable and then slow exhale out, coming back to the moment. And then we'll bring in the singing bowl here for more energy. So if you'd like to join me, let's begin. Big deep breath in. Beautiful, beautiful. It always feels so good just to take a big deep breath and slow, slow our world down, right? So I will hit the singing bowl 3 times, and as I do, we can let gratitude be in our heart for just one little thing that immediately raises our love vibration to a higher vibration, and as we're hitting this, we can just let that love expand from our hearts here and fill up all our mind and our emotions, our physical bodies, our energetic bodies, just filling us up, flowing out to the outside world, allowing it to do what it wants to do out there to make, the vibration of the planet just go up and up and up according to the will of the collective and planet Mother Earth, of course. So we'll begin here and we will hit it 3 times, like I said. And yeah, that's what I was going to say. I don't know why I got distracted by my little pinned comment. I was like, why is it at the bottom? Maybe it's been doing that all along. I just never realized it. But anyway, hello, everybody. Let's begin. Here we go. Remember gratitude. Beautiful, beautiful. Wow, she's singing tonight, isn't she? She's just going strong still. Wow. So thank you guys so much for joining me and doing that. Such a wonderful energy to help center ourselves. Lovely, lovely. So hello, everybody. Hello, hello. Thanks again so much for being here. And we are excited to see what messages come in, what Spirit has for us, what we can learn from one another as we are coming to hear from Spirit. So if you're new to my channel or new to these readings, welcome. I'm your Buddha Z, and we're here to spill the tea. So welcome, welcome. We got a great group of Zen friends with huge hearts and great senses of humor. And often I say it's two things that we can definitely use in this human adventure. So welcome, welcome, welcome. And if you're always welcome here. We can always use all the Zen friends that we can get, so you're always welcome here. We create like a nice, beautiful, safe space, higher vibration, support of one another. And thank you guys so much. I hardly ever have to mention it to anyone, and I'm so grateful for all of you because you just support with such love. So thank you so much. If you want to know how the whole process works, it's all down in the description area of the video, which of course lists all of the processes, all of the playlist, everything down there. But free readings are first come, first serve. They're generally 1 to 2 card readings. You just put your question out in the chat or ask for a general reading if you don't want to put your business out there, or if you don't know what quite to ask Spirit, and you're just like, "Hey, what do you want to say to me?" And we can do that too. If anyone makes a donation, I do honor that energy exchange. I step out of the free readings and dive deeper into those um, uh, donation readings, um, meaning I pull more tarot cards. We spill more tea for those, and then you also get a fortune cookie of some sort, an oracle card, to help round out your reading. You can use the super chat at the bottom or in the description area of the video to have my Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, and Square and Google Pay. I was looking into Apple Pay. I have to do more investigation in on that one, but all the other ones are listed down there. I looked at Apple Pay, and I think you have to have an iPhone or an iPad or an Apple Watch in order to uh, like do the transactions and get the money sent to your checking account. I'm like, well, that's not going to be good because I don't have that. I used to be a big Mac person, an Apple person, but as I no longer work in corporate life, I don't make the big bucks I used to, and those things are expensive. So I'll have to see what else. There's workarounds around that because I do still have my Mac like laptop, but I don't think it works on there. Anyway, all that to say, I'm looking into other options too, as I'm able to do that. What else? Oh, if you want to make a donation, use that. Oh, I don't have any set dollar amounts on that either. So whatever you give from your heart, I know you're giving what you can because the cost of living is different, rate of exchange is different across the world, and all that. So I get it, and I do honor that. So whatever you give, I'm very grateful. What else? What else? Oh yeah, I'm just totally all over the place today. I think it's the excitement of the change of weather coming in. It gets me excited. I like storms and rain and snow and everything else. I get giddy around snow. I don't know why. Probably because I'm a winter baby. But anyway, um, I know that not everyone can give, so I do get free readings every session is my goal. 2.5 hours in, if I have not gotten to any free readings, I do step away from donations, complete 30 minutes of free readings, and then go back to donations, always finish all those out. And then if I have energy and time and there's any other free readings, I try to finish those as well. At the end of each session, I do post a pinned comment listing all of those energies. I mean, all those readings, all those energies. What am I thinking? All those readings with timestamps. So you can check it out after you're done and then just click on it and it'll take you right to your reading. So I like that. Um, I think that's the big stuff on the process. Also, I do offer personal readings and also energetic hedges. All that information is down in the description area. And every 2 weeks, every full moon and new moon, it's about every 2 weeks, I do give away. I have one drawing where I give away one 30-minute personal recorded reading or an energetic hedge, whichever you prefer. Between those, we have one coming up next week on April 1st. No fooling, because April Fool's Day here. Um, but that tells you how to get into that drawing if you're interested. I will have a drawing on that day, put out a video announcing the winner. And then around every new moon and full moon, I also put out a getting to know, or making the most, not getting to know the moon. It is kind of that, but it's making the most of the moon energy. And we talk about, you know, for the full moon, how to make the most of the full moon, release energy and affirmations. And then for new moons, we talk about new moon wishes and intentions. I also, um, for this last month, I created the basics of making the most of new moon energy and the basics of making the most of full moon energy. Here's that one, just so that you can, you know, not have to listen to it every month because we have a new moon and full moon every month, right? Sometimes 2. Uh, so I separated out the basics and all the, getting into explaining affirmations and how to create the best ones and powerful ones um, all of that. So, the, uh the making of the most of the Libra full moon zeroes in on Libra energy, and specifically that. And like in a full moon, the planets are in opposition. Like the moon is in opposition to the sun because they're on opposite sides of the planet. That's why the sun is shining the moon. Whereas during new moon, they're in conjunction, they're right next to each other. So there's different energies that we talk about, like whatever the sun is in that month and whatever the moon is in, the full moon, we talk about the balance of those and all that. So we get into a little more into all that. So it's really interesting to me. So hopefully it's interesting to you, but if it is, it's free and you can check it out. I got all excited for a minute. We're here for readings, not astrological explanations. So, and then lastly, I promise, lastly, we have a podcast that comes out every 2 weeks called The Easier Path. There'll be one coming out next week. This last one was called Faded Love. I keep on wanting to do it like the dun dun faded love instead of like tainted love, the old 80s song. I think it was the 80s. But I'm so hyper. What's going on? Anyway, there's this link is to the most recent one. And if you're looking for the playlist for any of all this, they're all down in the description area. Or if you go to my main page, they're all there as well, at the very top on my YouTube channel. All right. So let's get into we'll do some shout outs real quick, make sure my list is all up to date. And then we will get into the skinny of readings here. You miss the 80s? I know, Shirley. It has some good songs. I know every once in a while, because my host let me have her. I can't say its name because it's right over there, and they'll know we're talking about it. But the little thing that you talk to, and it I can just say, "Play 80s music," and it'll play, like, an 80s thing, and it's just like, yeah, it just takes you back to a different time in our life anyway, maybe. Some of you, it takes you back into a past life, maybe. So, we'll do some shout-outs. We'll start, "Hey, Shirley," since I'm talking to you, hello, hello. Yeah, it was a good time for her. It was a good time, good years, right? So hello, Shirley. We got Leslie in the house too. Hello, hello, guys. So good to see you. We got, hey, Sean G. Hello, hello. Good to see you. So I do see your donation. So we will add that to the list here. So thank you for that via Zcash app. Leslie, you say it's 78 in the AM, and now it's 40 freezing. Oh, dropping, right? That's just kind of what's gonna do here tonight, so I love it. All right, and then Leslie, I do see your free question here, so we'll get you on the free list here. And Shirley, I do see your free reading as well. We'll get you on that list there. And we got Livier in the house. Hey, Livier, good to see you. Got your free reading. Get you on that list here. Cheers, cheers. I did have a good day. Good, fantastic day. And then we got JoJo in the house. So, JoJo, thank you for your donation. I do have you on the list. I don't see your question here yet. And so you'll probably be hanging out or you're returning. We got Maria P. So, Maria, thank you. I got your donation via the PayPal and your free question as well. So we've got you on that list here. And then Sudeshna Ghosh, I do have 3 donations from you. So boom, 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 we got you in there. So hello, hello. That was earlier today. You're probably sleeping. Catch you on the flip side. If so, good morning. Minnie Hill, we have you here. Make sure we got you on the free list here. So that is good there. And we have, okay, I want to make sure I had it right. And then we have Ashish Balkaran. We got you on the free list. Hello, hello. Or from earlier today. And of course, Kritika Sayani and Swaroop Bobby from earlier today, too. You guys, again, you're probably asleep on the other side of the planet. And thank you for still hanging out with us. I know that you guys, I'm on when a lot of people are asleep on the other side of the planet. So thanks for still hanging out and supporting my channel. I'm so grateful. All right. We got little pink Daisy in the house. Hey, good to see you. Hello, hello. I don't see any question yet. As soon as, oh, there it is. So we'll grab yours. Oh, come on. There we are. Get you on the free list here as well. All right. I think that is everything. Oh, no, I do have here Deidre, the queen. I call her Queen Deidre. You are, let's see, you came in. Here, let me check the timestamps here. Well, you came after Maria. But after Johanna. Yep, so you're right in here. Right before Shanji. All right, so I got you here. I'll put here. I'm going to put Deidre the Queen until I see your. If you say hello in the chat, then I'll grab your real ID here. All right, I think I'm all set here. Let me just make sure we are all good. Sorry, I'm crunching my little throat lozenge here. Hey, there she is. Hello, hello. Good to see you. And I'll let everyone know the order of the donations here as we dive into those. All right. So I think we are good. So let me just check here. All right. So we'll start off. We have 3 for Sudeshna. Will be up first, and then Maria P, and then JoJo, and then Deidre, and then Shanji is where we're at on donations. For free readings, just if you want to make sure you're on the list here, we got Swaroop Bobby, and then Kritika Sayani, Ashish Minihil, Maria P, Livier, Shirley, Leslie, and La Pinka Daisy is who we have here. So that is what we have so far. All right. So we're going to continue to use, since we're still in Cancer Moon energy until like tomorrow when we move into Roaring Leo, we're going to continue to use the Sun and Moon Tarot, just like this big moon energy. And then we still have a few, about half the deck left for these Angel Wisdom Oracle. So for the donations, that's your fortune cookie for this eve. All right, so kind of calming down a little bit. I feel like I was like rush, rush, and excited with energy. So now we're slipping into spirit, more calmness, right? Can you tell the difference? But I love you guys so much. Thank you for being here. Cheers, cheers to you. Thank you for all the thumbs up too. Help spread the Zen love. You're part of the love tsunami, and I'm so grateful for that. So thank you guys so much. Cheers, cheers. Yum, yum. Excuse me. So, got some blueberry, what was it? Blueberry shortcake flavored coffee with 0 sugar, caramel macchiato creamer. That's pretty yummy. It's like liquid cake, I tell you what. All right, so let's dive in. So, we have Sudeshna, you are up first. So your first one is 2111. Look all those ones. So I like that here. Hey, Jojo, yo. So Sudeshna, we're looking here at two choices between which technology is better for you for switching jobs and opportunities. Which one should you go for? Well, Spirit won't tell you which one to go for because they're all supportive of our power of choice. But we will definitely look at the energy of number one and number two, the SAP or the data business analyst, and see one, which brings you more success by what your definition of your human puts to success, because Spirit knows. So, what you would perceive as successful, and then what other energy they want you to know about it to help you make a like make it a no-brainer decision is what I like to ask them for. Like, make it a no-brainer where my brain doesn't have to analyze it. It's just really obvious. Please. So let's take a look here. For number one, the SAP, and then for number two, the data business analyst, what like brings in success for you? And then what other energies? Thank you for both as well. All right. Yeah, I like it. Bottom of the deck, you have you have the Sun card, the 10 of Pentacles, which is all about abundance energy. So I feel like there's this underlying message that it doesn't matter what you choose, because you can be successful at anything that you put your heart into and your mind into, because it's not what happens in the outside world that impacts us and what takes us forward. It's our energy. It's our choice of story, our choice of emotion, our choice of our energetic, you know, intention and focus, right? And our physical actions. Because just something existing in the outside world doesn't mean it's going to be successful. It's like if you have what's gonna be more successful for me in building something, a hammer or a screwdriver? And it's like, well, it depends on what you wanna build, and if you actually pick up the hammer and pick up the screwdriver, just them sitting there existing isn't gonna mean it's gonna do anything till we put our energy into it. I love that. Love that. I love channeling spirit because they come up with such great analogies, I tell you what. I learned so much. All right, so let's get in here. So successful to you for SAP, you got the 3 of swords, the 4 of wands. So there is some disappointments with the 3 of swords. It doesn't quite bring you what you want. There is joy and celebration that happens in it, but I don't feel like it meets your expectations of what success would be. I feel like you enjoy it, you have fun, maybe it's something new, um, kind of energy for you. It feels a little exciting with that, but I feel like you complete it and you feel like you master it pretty quick, and then I feel like you kinda get, like, bored with it. Data business and analyst, you have the Prince of Wands. So that's the, Knight of Wands, which is the fastest moving knight, and you really learn to step into your power there, as far as success. So between the 2, I really feel the data business analyst is the vehicle, because it is the like a chariot here in this picture. It is the vehicle that gets you to success and where you want to go. So I feel like it's It creates opportunities for you, more so in that you feel, and they've talked about this before, they're bringing it back, where in that position, you interact with a lot of different departments and you become aware of a lot of different functions and, um, to where you start to kind of gain connections and awareness into a whole bunch of different other opportunities to where you kinda go, "Nah, no, ooh, that seems kinda interesting. Meh, meh, oh, that one." So you come up with a couple things that excites you with this one, and I feel like that is what takes you there. What other energy to be aware of for SAP? You got the Prince of Swords, the Four of Swords. Yeah, you get to learn something new, it seems, with the Prince of Swords. It does bring you clarity. With this Four of Swords feels like mental boredom. So I feel like after a while, you just kind of, they mentioned that first here with this completion energy. Yeah, you got these fours, just kind of become stagnant very fast, where you're like, well, here we are, but ugh, you know, let's see here about the data business analyst. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you got the Queen of Swords, which feels like a good fit for you, balance between the head and the heart. You got the Lover's card that comes in here, which is some energy, of course, of power of emotional choice, and again, it's a lot of this from the heart energy, and you have the Nine of Pentacles. There's a lot of working independently as well. You might even be able to work remotely through that business analyst, data business analyst one. And of course, the Nine of Pentacles is also about physical abundance too. So feels like I feel like unless you're looking to have boredom and yeah, I want to learn something quick and just that's fine. You can choose number one, but number two feels like more like you're up your alley, meeting your skills and desires and your boredom quotient. You like to stay challenged, right? See what else they have here for you for your fortune cookie here. You've got pay attention. Pay attention. So it says, each and everything I do is worthy of my time and attention. I like it. It's like it doesn't matter what you do, it's all worthy of me. Do you focus on what's wrong in your life? The angels encourage you to pay close attention to the good stuff. Be grateful for it and celebrate it. What you focus your attention on, wanted or not, is what you become a match for. Ooh. So that's a good reminder. We always talk about that, right? When we talk about career, you're looking for a new career, looking for a new job, focus on what you love about what you currently do, and any positions and jobs and knowledge and learning you had before, you can, focus in on what you're grateful for that too. That draws in things that match that excitement energy instead. All right. So that's what they have for your first one here. We'll circle back around for number two, number three here in a sec. But I just want to do a couple more shout outs here. Hey, Val, good to see you. Thank you for your donation. I'll give an update real quick here on where we're at on the list. Let me just see here. And then Jojo, we got your question. Yeah, that was it, I think. So we got your question. So I have two more for Sudeshna, and then one for Maria P, one for Jojo, one for Deidre, and then Shanji, and then you'll be up after that. So there you go. That's the update. All right, we'll jump back in here. So Sudeshna, you got 2933. Look at that. Repeating numbers again. It's gonna be that kind of night, maybe. Yeah, a little ways. I get you. I get you. All right. So let's give your second donation a love and a like there too, Sudeshna. So you said, will you get a new project in new technology in Cognizant or any new technology in the company? If yes, when? Okay. So are you going to get a new project or new technology in Cognizant? Let's see here. Or any other technology in any other company. Right? Boom, boom. Is that it? I feel like I want those to help explain that. And then we'll do, let's see here. This is going to be, I feel like we're going to use this stack for your when. That was loud, sorry. All right, let me see. Let me get some clarity here. But you want that one too. Okay. Put these back over here. So at the bottom of the deck, you have the Page of Swords, which is, I feel like, new technology because swords is more newness, higher education, higher learning, and things like that that come in with that. Let's see, is it going to be at cognizant? Mm, we got temperance here, which is slow, 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 patience energy with that. I feel like your patience runs out because I don't feel like they come up with anything there. That doesn't feel like um, an action energy. That's more of a slow energy. But at a new company, yeah, I was gonna say I thought at first that was the judgment card, but you got the judgment card for here, which is your higher self calling you somewhere else. So, and I feel like we get that card for you quite a bit when we talk about where you're at in your job here. So, any technology with any other company, yeah. And then a couple cards, I feel like this is the technology. See what we can have here. Yeah, I feel here. Two of Swords is two different paths. So there's like two different choices in the technology. Three of Cups feels like contributing to a group, and I don't know if you're in currently if you're in project management. Um, I don't think I've ever we talked about what you do now. We're just talking about where you wanna go to, right? But I feel like there is this dealing with groups and helping groups maintain joy, maintain, and they're joyful because 'cause they're staying on track, they're completing, they're getting rewarded. So I feel like that's what they mean by this tribe or this leading over these groups, because it'd be like project management or possibly like the data analyst. Kind of, it depends on what the data analyst does, right? But I feel like it's that kind of where they're leading you. But I feel like there's two different paths that they offer out there. When, yeah. Let's take a look here. So you've got the 10 of Cups, which is March 11th to March 20th, which is past already, of course. Maybe it's something that you've applied at already during that time. And we've got a hot day in August, is what it says here. But August does feel a little far away. But I feel like they're saying here with the 10 of Cups, which is joy, you've got joy energy all here. And with your last fortune cookie about gratitude, I feel like the current energy pushes it off to like August. But if you focus in on that gratitude for what you're grateful for, that's what can bring it sooner for you here too. Because otherwise, the energy is pushing it further away, which we can do. We as humans, we can get sucked out into the fears and the need, the want, the need to control, the feeling out of control. And when we're in that kind of energy, then of course we're making it more difficult for things to come in. And so on one day I can be in gratitude and it's coming in March, right? And then the next day I can be like, oh God, oh God, oh God. And then I'm pushing it further away into April, into May, into June. The more I focus in on all the fears, the more I push it further away from me. And instead of that, which is also the want, the need. I need that. I want that. Oh my God. Trying to control it instead of surrendering it to the creator, the universe, in gratitude, going, I'm going to do what I can. I'm going to listen to my heart and apply where I feel I want to. And I'm going to do the actions I can take, but I'm surrendering the what and the when and the how to you because I trust you. And as the more we're in gratitude, we trust the creator. Do the things that we feel this nudge to do that's from a place of loving ourselves rather than, um, out of fear and control, right? So let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. So you, yeah. So let go, let go. That's what it says. I let go of things that I've outgrown. The angels suggest that you let go of any dead weight in your life, whether that's a toxic relationship, a job that's no longer fulfilling, or simply some negative thinking patterns. This will make space for positive new things to come into your life. So you can't make that up. That's exactly what I was saying, right? So that is for it for number one. I mean, number two. So I like it. All right, let me take a quick sip here. Cheers, cheers. Hey, Deb, Deb. Hello, y'all. Good to see you. Sometimes my y'all slips out from when I lived in Texas for 16 years, something like that. All right. So Sudeshna up for number three. We got 3642 for you. So here is number three. And let's give that a love and a like here as well. Boom, boom. All right. And this one was you want to know about love in the month of April. What's coming and what will happen? So, based on current energies, what's headed your way in April for love? Boom, boom, boom. What will happen? Boom. All right. Let's see what we got here. Well, a lot of love readings lately. I've been getting a lot of like Ace of Wands and Magician energy and all of this coming in, which is an energy of one, it's you've got everything you need inside of you. So, even in this little up here on the top, they've got the Ace of Cups as the center of the little chart, and um, looks like an astrological chart. So they got the Ace of Cups as the main thing in the middle there, which is our self love. So that's the big thing, in the heart and love for April. The underlying energy with the Magician is that you have everything you need and you're seeking for inside of you, and then also whatever you uh, focus on with that magic wand of the magician, whatever you are putting forward is what you're attracting in. Well, we have details on that, but I feel like that's an important thing to remember, and that's everything in our life. If we can be as aware and live as consciously as we can in as many moments as we can, consciously choosing our story, consciously choosing our emotions, trying not to not say consciously incorrect, and then also our energy, what we're putting forward, and our actions, our physical actions. The more consciously that we can live on higher vibration of things, the more our life reflects higher vibration and the easier path we have in life, right? Versus when we're running on autopilot, we're kind of diverting to our inner children who have been trained to focus on lower vibration, fears and want and need and expectations and lack. And we draw in energies and adventures that match that, right? So I like this that they're reminding us of our power, right? So let's take a look. Got three cards for love in the month of April. What's coming? So you got the 10 of Swords. Yep. So a big piece of this is you working on letting go of the expectations of supposed to be, should be, need to be, have to be, must be. Like, what is love supposed to look like? Who are they supposed to be? Kind of job and looks and blah, blah, blah. The person, whatever list we have that was created from family and growing up, right? Excuse me. And um what are they supposed to be in a relationship? How is a relationship even supposed to start and supposed to unfold and supposed to end up, and how is it supposed to make me feel, and what is it supposed to bring to me, and who am I supposed to be in the relationship, and who am I supposed to be in general, job, looks, everything else. It's all that pressure. It just feels heavy and It's exhausting, and that's what expectations do, right? They suck the life out of relationships. So the more we can let go of relationships, the better it is for us. In fact, I mentioned expectations on all this in my most recent podcast, the of the easier path under the fated love, I do believe. Yeah, I think it was that one. So here is I'll put it out in the chat, and then I'll also will put it under your name in the pinned comments. So if you see that when you were going to find out your timestamps, it's going to be right under your name there too. So I feel like that will help. So you're doing that. The Ten of Swords. So your April's more about you letting go of expectations, more of preparation for love to come in, but a lot of looking at your self love and letting a lot of that mindset go away. I feel like also with the Six of Pentacles, which actually is going to be, I'm going to talk a lot about that in the next upcoming one podcast, diving deeper into the Six of Pentacles. I did a little bit on one um, which there's some of the similar stuff that I mention in the upcoming podcast, but I dive deeper into it. But I'll put this one down here too. This isn't the one next week. This is the old one I did a couple years ago. But this talks about the Six of Pentacles, which is the energy of the looking into our worth. Why do I feel like I have to give so much and I deserve so little? Because even if I focus on all this gratitude and it all comes to the city gates, our inner child is the one that will let it in, as a forest field. It lets it in or it doesn't, depending on have we fulfilled the 1,000 love coins that we've given to deserve one love coin back. And if we haven't, it's just gonna keep it outside and keep it away. So looking in and balancing that rate of exchange from 1,000 to 1, getting it down to 1 to 1 is what will help that. And so I feel like that's something else you're working on with April. So be sure to check out that upcoming podcast because we're gonna have some tools on how to do that even more so. This other one is like Take 10 was Zen, I think, which is like within 10 minutes, blah, 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 blah. I think that's the one that's from that one. So they're short. This one's more going to be more deep coming up. And then you have the Princess of Cups, the Page of Cups. So it is about self-love energy here because the Page of Cups is taking your self-love to a new level. That's really what a lot of the focus for April is, which it helps us going through a little bit of growth and a little bit of growing pains for a lot of ease later, and that's kinda what you're doing in April. Um, and then I erased it. It's up here. Hold on. Oh, yeah, and what will happen? Based on current energies, yeah, ending of old cycles with the Universe card, the World card, beginning of new adventures. So it is the ending of cycles is what the month of April, is for you. It's ending the old ways of doing things, of expectations, of, the old way of looking at your worth. So a lot of big, wonderful, amazing growth for April is where you're headed right now, which helps you in the future to have a relationship like you haven't had before, higher vibrational, full of self-love, two people who have self-love that then can reflect that beautiful self-love to each other instead of us having low self-love and expressing that to each other, right? Blah. Right, let's see what your last fortune cookie is here. You've got leadership, which says my positive attitude influences others. So the angels remind you that you have the ability to accomplish anything and everything that you set your mind to in this life. It is critical for you to be able to discover this special gift and use it to help others in need. Yeah. I feel like it's going back to that, finding out what is it in your heart? What do you want to do to help the world? What would you do to be of service to the world instead of like, when I was in customer service and management and all this kind of stuff I did, it was giving me a little, like, a little if you ever, like, go in a grocery store and they're giving away samples, it's like a little sample of fulfillment, but until you're living your dream and like what I do now is so much more fulfilling than what I did before with much, much less than what I was making in that corporate life, but a lot less stress, a lot more fulfillment, and a lot more joy in my life. Definitely worth it. And I feel like that's kind of what you're going to be experiencing a little bit in April too. A lot of clarity. Because as you find your self love, you realize, yeah, what am I trying so hard to do all this stuff in the outside world? Got everything I need right here. Right. So hopefully that helps. Right. So that is what they have for you, Sudeshna. Thank you again for all of your donations and hope you had a good night's sleep. Beautiful Cancer moon dreams. Cheers, cheers. All right. So Deb, you lived in North Carolina for 4 years, long time ago, and your grandchildren are from there. Oh, so you get the y'all from them. There you go. Cheers, cheers. Yeah, I've lived in so I was born in Wisconsin. I lived in Colorado, Nevada, California, back to Colorado, then to Texas, back to Colorado, and then to Iowa, and then back to Colorado, and then to Idaho, and then Utah, and then back to Colorado. Do you see a trend? I always get drawn back to this city. So I have accents from all over the place, evidently, right? Just not the East Coast. All right. So where we're at, we have Maria P up next, then Jojo, then Deidre, then Shanji, then Val is where we're at here. I don't think I have any others that came in. Oh, come on, refresh, refresh. Okay. All right. So Maria P is up next. So Maria, thank you for your donation via Z PayPal. Here's your timestamp. Let's get in here. Scooch down here. All right. So hope you're doing well. And we'll find out here. So Wally's thoughts and feelings towards you today. I got that here. And then after your date today. Okay. What's coming up for you guys next week? What's coming up for you at work next week? Oops, excuse me. Little air escaping my from the coffee. Dr. Lower's thoughts on you today and Dr. Bob's thoughts on your emails today. All right. So Wally's thoughts and feelings. Yeah, they were a bit Seven of Swords. Feels like they were in their mind a bit today. Feeling, I don't know. These are thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that steal opportunities from them. I feel like they were getting in their head around expectations and feeling pressure in their mind. So I feel like there were a lot in their head today before the date around that and kind of just, it's futility. And so it's kind of a little bummed energy. I feel like they're like, I'm not kind of what we were talking about yesterday when the cloud went over the sun, where I'm not doing enough and you don't think I'm doing enough. And, that kind of energy. I feel like they were in their head around that, like, feeling like they were falling short. After your date today, woohoo! Very motivated, King of Wands energy, a lot of passion energy, a lot of it's like they have a new spark, a new after they spent time with you, you just kind of, I feel, um, had like this reinforcement energy and they just felt this security in it, which got them out of their head and into their body and into their heart. And now with this King of Wands, this is about them trying to make plans and take more action behind it in a positive way. Whereas before it felt like, oh, I got to do all this. I feel like I'm so behind. And now it felt like, I don't know if you did something that just made them feel like they were appreciated and now they're motivated. And that's not what happens, right? When we're grateful, people naturally want to do more. When we're ungrateful, then they want to do less because their motivation expectations are sucking the life out of it, right? When we're grateful, it expands and excites the relationship. So I like that. What's coming up for you guys next week? Yep, King of Swords. A lot of plans, a lot of clarity comes in next week. So I feel like next week, based on current energies, Wally's going to be sharing some plans that he's been doing and some action that he'd like to take and getting some I feel like providing you some clarity, but I feel like there's a lot of clarity in a positive way that comes into the relationship. What's coming for you next week at work? And you got the Four of Pentacles and the Six of Pentacles. So, two solid foundations in the outside world. Whoops, sorry. You could have some sort of this is like the four walls of the office, but this equal giving and receiving energy of the Six of Pentacles coming in here regarding the work energy. And it is a success energy. So I do feel here, it feels like the solid place. It could even be, I don't know if there's going to be some sort of change in the office with the Four of Pentacles, like physically in the office or a physical move, um, awareness of a new move, something that comes in with that Four of Pentacles. Doctors Laura, thoughts on you today? Yeah, just this no expectations from her today. A lot of new adventure, a new, um, I don't know, it's just like a new adventure looking at like a world of possibilities today. So it feels like they kind of stopped having a lot of expectations and instead we're looking at the possibilities of what you can do instead of putting you in a box kind of energy. And then Dr. Bob's thoughts on your emails today. Yeah, nice peaceful energy, according to this. Two of Swords is, I feel like they're saying here you made some good decisions on how you communicated with the Two of Swords. Cause it's like immediately I got, you can go two ways with this communication, and you chose the one that, is positive and clear. And I like that because you could have done it this way, but I like that you did it this way. So it feels good. Feels like good energy there. And they see that you're making, I feel like from Dr. Bob's viewpoint, you were making some good choices on your communication. So I like that. All right, and then let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here. All right. So you got creativity. I like this. It says divine inspiration strikes at the most wonderful times. The angels remind you that the more you believe in your abilities and let your creative impulses out, the better artist you become. You start to feel more alive and powerful as you allow new, wonderful ideas into your mind. Nice. Open mindedness, right? So I like that for you, Maria. That is what they have for you, my dear. Thank you again for your donation. I appreciate that. All right. And we have JoJo up next. JoJo, here is your timestamp. Thank you so much for your donation and your little rose, your little flower sticker there. And your question is down here. You want to know, why are you so attracted to this plant? Shkishandra, you started taking the tincture today. Is she like a kind of teacher? Is she your spirit plant? Also, the name like a goddess, right? Just because her name is Sandra. Sandy. Let's find out. Why are you so attracted to this uh, plant? All right, thank you. And is she like a kind of teacher? Soul plant. Let's see. Those three cards kind of give that energy. All right. So I feel like that's what they have here. Bottom of the deck, you do have the 10 of Wands, which is a lot of the energy that comes with that here. So, there is this energy of, well, a lot of energy, really it emanates a lot. And I feel like because of the wands themselves, that it has to do something with the stem and what medicine the stem brings to it, or if it's, um, whatever it's not the roots, it's not the blossom, it has something to do with the in between, the branches, the stems, whatever kind of plant it is. I feel like that's really standing out to me too. because it helps transmute energy. So it's a powerful plant. But let's see here. That's the bottom of the deck. Why are you so attracted? Let's see what else they have here. So you got the 3 of Cups, which is this joy, celebration kind of energy that comes from this. That's your spiritual posse energy too. Let's see what else we got here. Yeah, you got the Star card, which is a guide. So I feel like maybe they're answering the second part with the first. And they got the Tower. There's also it removes something. The healing benefits of it, it helps remove unwanted energy. It allows movement of energy. It like spiritually, it helps remove energetic blockages, it feels like here. So I like all of this that, the essence of the flower itself does guide you and it is part of your spiritual, probably your like your elemental spirit guide of earth energy, really connected with that. Um, so it's like the collective of that type of plant is closer related to your earth elemental spirit guide, who is a part of that flowers collective. A piece of them is anyway. And you might even have a part of yours as part of the collective, which that 3 of Cups. We'll see here. We'll get more here as well. You got the 2 of Pentacles. So here's that balancing energy that we were talking about here. So they definitely, it helps change cycles. It helps balance things out. And like all this Ace of Pentacles. Here's this new beginnings and the Wheel of Fortune that comes in here too. It's interesting that you got both the Tower and the Wheel of Fortune with both have an energy of when things are removed out of your life, it is for you to make space for things that align with your energy more and to clear the pathway for you to move forward, right? And that you do, it allows us to more easily see how it is for us. So I feel like a big piece of why you're so attracted to this plant, they must have some cleansing and energetic movement kind that open up things because with this energy here, it just feels like it allows for new beginnings. It allows for flow, it allows for new opportunities and balance that comes in. But, definitely with the Star card and the 3 of Cups, I do feel like they're part of, like, your spiritual posse, meaning in that, I just feel like it really is part of your elemental spirit guides, more, of course, earth energies. That's what plants are part of our that earth elemental, but I feel like it's very in tune with your specific earth elemental. They're connected with that. And you also could be. You definitely are through your earth elemental spirit guide, but you might even have had a lifetimes as this plant and experienced it. And that's why you have such a strong tie to it because you're picking up a lot in your energies of a lot of past life people and past life experiences. This year, it feels like you just really expanded in that a lot, and I do feel like they do have that kind of essence for you. So interesting. I like that for you. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in too. What else can you tell us about this plant here? Yeah, healing. So the healing energy of the plant here. Let's see what it says. My body is deserving of love, comfort, and rest. The angels are telling you that despite being mentally and physically drained, you have the strength to overcome this. Keep moving forward, and the universe will shower you with love and healing energy soon. So I do feel that this is energetic healing more so with this plant. Is she like a kind of a teacher? Um, I, I feel like I don't feel like the plant itself, but I feel like the collective through your earth elemental is um teaching you perspectives, and I feel like if you sit with and realize you have a connection to this collective of that plant from past lifetimes as that plant, you had an experience, you still have that connection to that collective. Your essence of that expression still exists within that collective. It's a piece of you that's there that you can drop into your, subconscious where all that information exists, pathway to the Akashic records, and you can connect to that collective and see it as all of those flowers that have forever been, are, and forever will be are all part of this collective that you can tap into. And they do teach you in that manner, as a collective. So I like that for you. That's what they got for you. Always love your questions. So thank you, Jojo, for much for the donation and have fun. All right. Let's see here. We did have my baby came in. Hey, good to see you. Thank you for your donation. I'll get you added on the list here. Where we're at, we have Deidre Plant up next, Sean G, Footwork, and then you will be up after that. All right. So I think that was it. Hey, and you're right up. So 101:33, I think it's right. Yep, is your timestamp here, Deidre. So thank you so much for your donation via the Venmo. And looks like here you were looking for a reading on your son's father, Darth Vader, right? Luke, I'm your father. So cheers, cheers, everybody. Let me know if you have anything else you wanted in addition to that. Oh, use the force. Use the force. All right. So let's take a look here. Let me do this a couple shuffles here. All right. So let's take a look here. So what does Spirit feel would be good for you to know about them here? If I put these down here. And then about taking them to court based on current energy. What's the kind of outcome and what is good to know about that? All right. So, underlying energy, I put this back in the middle of the deck and it came out on the bottom of the deck like it was just in the reading before this, which is the 10 of Wands. 10 of Wands energy, that can be looked at in two ways, either as a burden or as gratitude. And it kind of is this, where am I investing my energy, and awareness of how I go about it. It's not about what you do, but how you go about it, right? Because if you go about it out of um, lower vibrational energies of feeling taken advantage of, or that they're not doing what they're supposed to be doing, and blah blah blah. If we go about it and rawr, we're gonna get experiences back. But if we're going to, like, you know what? I've been maybe semi nice about things and it's not getting me anywhere. So this is what I'm going to do because I love my son and I want the most for him and I want to be able to support him and whatever, right? Or whatever the reason why you're taking him to court. And then when you go about it with that loving mama energy versus mama bear energy, then you're going to get a different result, I feel, with this 10 of Wands being under the bottom of the deck, which applies to every area of our life, right? Great reminder for us all. All right. What else do they want you to know before we talk about court here about Daddy O? Got the 10 of Cups, the 4 of Cups. So there is this joy energy, this big emotional joy energy. The 4 of Cups energy it is about, it's not about stagnant energy in here or boredom energy here, or emotional energy with the 4 of Cups with this combo for you. It's like focus on your joy and allow your emotions to balance out. I feel like is the biggest thing towards them, because it doesn't help you to lose your peace because of someone else's actions or non-actions, words or silence, because they're not being bothered by it. We are. So it's kind of like this remember your joy, remember what you love about life and who you are, and even who they are. The more grateful we are for who someone is, we get more of that. You know, the more we're focusing on who someone's not being, we get more of that. So it's like, "Ugh, wait, 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 let me focus on what am I grateful for about them?" And it changes everything. And I know it's hard when someone's being an a-hole, or being a putz. It's hard, challenging in the beginning to try to find something to be grateful for, but it just starts with one little thing, you know. Number one, I mean, right off the bat is, wow, he helped me make such a cute, amazing little soul in this world. So good job on, um, making my son one of the cutest in the world, right? You're like, all right, I'll give you that. We can write one down. And the more we're grateful for, them, like I said, it'll grow. And I feel like that's with that 10 of wands, the 10 of cups, really a lot of focus on that can help with any situation, right? We do have the 8 of pentacles, which is about putting in the blood, the sweat, the tears. And I feel like, they are going through a transformation of some sort here with the 8 of pentacles. So they are having the growth. They're in their caterpillar stage, in the cocoon, you know, transforming, letting some of that go, the caterpillar ways. But it's good to, remember that inside of every human is a higher vibrational being made of unconditional love, that character you're dealing with is just a character, but there's an amazing actor behind that character who's playing a very good human, adversary for your life at times, right? And when we realize, yeah, that's not them, that's just here's this character that I'm interacting with. It's a movie. It's not they're not real. Who really is real is this higher vibrational being. And that can help to realize that they're in this transformation of peeling away these beliefs of who they're not to see more clearly who they are. And their part of their journey is to help us do the same by showing us what these things are that pop up that aren't us, these fears, these triggers that are there that are not us. They're things that we were gifted growing up that you kept the receipts and we're going to return them now. We're going to give all that back, right? Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, and it's not what you do. Like I said, it's how we do it, right? Let's see here. And then you have these 5 cards. Let's see. Maybe this is the change they're going through here. We've got the sun card. So there's this fire energy, this bright energy that's here. And, there's a lot of inner child energy that's under there. And they're telling me that he didn't have a great example of a father. So he doesn't understand what you're expecting of him because he never experienced that and he doesn't get it going, "What?" That's just in the movies. That doesn't happen in real life. You're expecting all this stuff, but I never had any of that, so I don't understand, and I feel like that's sincere that they don't get it. They're like, "What?" Because I don't feel like they had a close relationship with their father, so they don't know. They're just kind of going out what they experienced in their life, um, and so I feel like that's important to know. And the King of Wands, yeah, there's a lot of are they a fire sign? We got all this fire energy, the Leo and the King of Wands. So, um, you know oh, he's a Leo also. Okay, that makes sense. 2 battling fire signs. So, and fighting fire with fire you can fight a forest fire with fire sometimes, and sometimes that's what it takes, right? Sometimes, I mean, sometimes it takes someone getting really loud in your face for you to go, "Oh," right? Whereas someone's been telling you something calmly for a long time, you've been like, "Yeah, yeah, yeah." But when they're all, "Rah," then you're like, "Oh, okay, now I hear you." So sometimes it feels like I feel like this is supporting a little fire with fire, going, if it's action I need to take to get action from you, boom, I'm gonna do it, right? Yeah, Queen of Pentacles, we do have Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, and I do feel here there's something about that they and it goes back to that too with, you know, like as a child, because I don't feel like he had a strong connection with his dad or he wasn't around a lot. I feel like mom really raised him a lot and she would have to yell to get him to do something because he knew where the boundary was. Oh, you don't mean it until you're yelling. And I feel like that's part of his personality. People don't mean it until they get really passionate about it or loud about it. You're like, yeah, yeah, yeah. I know, I know, I know. And then they just, but I feel like there's this energy there of uh, again all this change is things that they don't realize that they just are part of their conditioning growing up. And so when you realize, maybe they just don't know, maybe they just don't get it. And when you know it's like a punisher. Yeah, I guess I have to. It's like to meet your expectations, and it's not what they believe. So that's why there's not a whole lot of energy there to have this happen. Um, yeah, and I feel here we've got the King of Cups and the Four of Swords on the bottom here. And for some reason, this energy is telling me they have a challenge balancing their mind and then especially with their emotions. And I almost feel like they have ADHD or, some sort of flavor of that where it's hard for them. Because what I heard here is, um, and if I don't know if you have ADHD. I've learned a lot because my host has it, my dad has it, and other fire sign friends of mine have it, which I don't know if it's just if it's the fire energy that is a challenge, but it's out of sight, out of mind, and it's not that it's intentional that they just forget. Can forget people exist, even your son, even your children, even your family and friends and everything else, um, and it's not intentional, it's just how their brain is wired, and so they can't stand one subject a whole lot, and they jump around and jump around. So you might know if they are or not, or you might look at I think I did, one of my podcasts, I have some questions on there around ADHD, because it was talking about, understanding that people think differently and people are actually wired differently. And when you realize that, you just start to realize, oh, everyone thinks differently. And instead of me assuming and thinking everyone's like me, everyone thinks the way I do and I'm organized with all my spreadsheets and all this, that no. I learned that in being a manager and dealing with so many people for so long. You realize not everyone is organized. I'm like, how can you have 1,000 unread emails in your email account? I'm like, mine are always up to date and filed away into folders or taken care of and deleted. You know, how can you have that many? But they're like, how can you be so anal retentive that you're on that as fast as you are? And I'm like, probably my childhood. But I feel like that's what they want you to know about them is maybe see them from a different perspective that they are different. They're made different. They don't know it. And maybe that'll keep you from going to court if you kind of maybe look at it and go, "Oh, they have ADHD or they have something, they don't know, and they're not motivated to do it because they don't have the same belief that you do, and they feel like more maybe more it's more of, your expectation, not the child's need, and they're just trying to, not satisfy, but pacify you, in the moment, and then they're off thinking about other things, and they might have good intentions of doing something, but then squirrel, that's what happens. So, interesting. Let's see here what they say about going to court. Let's look at the underline. Got 2 cards and then an underline energy. Yeah, we have the Hierophant, which is court, right? The Hierophant, does have to do with legal agreements and, things like that, in addition to the Justice card, but the Hierophant is that kind of energy, someone proceeding over things, kinda going in there. So, they're like, "Sometimes it's gonna take something," very loudly said, right? Yeah. And we have the Temperance, get Temperance card, so that balancing energy and the Eight of Swords. It's kind of there's this that can it's like ultimately you can have that, in the, um as plan B, like going to court with that Hierophant being underneath the surface. Because this Eight of Swords is like realize that they're kind of changing with this Eight of Pentacles, but also it's about letting go of our old expectations of who they're supposed to be and should be and need to be and have to be, and try to see where they're coming from and what kind of mentality they're coming from. Like true communication, right? Temperance is almost like allow a little extra time for things to change a little bit, but maybe, you know, there's this energy here of, dude, I just want to know where you're coming from. And, I know that you didn't have this childhood. And so you don't know, you didn't have an example of what a father could be, not should be, what a father could be. And what kind of father do you wanna be? 'Cause they're like, "I don't know what I want." And it's like, "Well, what can we do to help you figure that out?" You know? And approach it in curiosity instead of judgment, right? And see if that changes things. Because I feel like they're, more in the defensive than they are in that someone's actually interested in what they want and thing like asking questions they may not never really have asked themselves. And, um, and just, you know, kind of approach it in that way. And if not, and of course it's totally up to you, spirit, since you asked them their guidance, they're just saying, here's an idea. You don't have to take it or not. They don't get offended. Spirit's not like, we're never going to talk to you again. They're like, you asked, here's an idea. If you don't wanna do that, you get to choose. There's no wrong choice, right? Just different choices with different outcomes and different experiences, but, I feel like they're kinda saying, maybe try a different approach with helping them understand out of curiosity what they are wanting, where they're coming from, and with a, "I really don't wanna have to go to court because I don't want you to have to be forced to do things." Um So, can we talk about this and find out where you're coming from so that we can come to some sort of thing? Because if not, that's for the love and protection and safety of my child, of our child, mine, our child. I need to do this for them because I love them and I want them to be cared for. And if they're like, "Whoa." So it's not an attack against them, we have that, right? Ah, okay. So, that's good. Maybe that's just a validation and verification for you then. If you've done all that and approached it in that way with that energy, then here's the Hierophant. "Here be the judge." It's like the justice of the peace, right? It's like, "Here's the judge. Um, here's your surrogate father that's gonna help you be the father that you could be." So I like that for you. We'll grab you a fortune cookie here too. Hopefully that gives you some clarity and some verification. It feels like more so for you here. And let's take a look here. All right. Okay, let's try that again. So what else for Sister Queen? All right, we got here. Yeah, got a little rebirth happening here, which says the affirmation is I'm in constant bloom. I am refreshed, rejuvenated, and reborn. Says you've entered a period of spiritual awakening and rebirth where you have the opportunity to align with your higher self and the overarching principles that guide you. The angels say to be prepared to be the best that you can be. Are you going into the army? Remember that old commercial? Be all that you can be in the army. No, you're not going into the army. Don't do it. Um, yeah, so I feel like that's the message for you. But the big thing is the energy. It's not about what you do, but how you're going about it. Because if you're going about it in gratitude and for love for your child, not out of rah rah, mama bear. Um, I feel like there's a lot more success for you by the energy you have around it. Right. So that's what they have for you, my dear. Thank you again for your donation. So grateful. Many blessings to you. All right. Hey, Cat Mia. Good to see you. Meow meow. Got you on the free list here. So we will get back down to that eventually here. So I've got 3 donations remaining right now. I got Sean G up next, and then Val, and then my baby after that. So Sean G, you're 122 even. I like it. So how'd you enjoy your concert? Yeah, I know you have, Deidre. All right. So, Sean, thank you so much. I think your question is up here. Yeah, so you're under a bit of pressure with your event Saturday. You're behind and your help canceled. So I have to find help last minute. I just like some guidance and words of encouragement for your future self. Um, uh, for your future self who made it to the event, killed it, and surpassed her sales goal. I get it. I was like, who got killed? Hey, good to see you. Yeah, let's take a look here and see what we have here. Let me take a quick sip here. Cheers, cheers to you. All right. So, what do we have here? What kind of guidance? Okay, we got here, here. Got those, these here, and this one here. All right. And that one there. They added some more. All right. Let me just move these over. Got more cards here. So there we go. So bottom of the deck. I mean, you got the Emperor energy coming in here. Powerful Aries energy. But I like this being underneath the surface here because, the Emperor is an energy of power and that you're the ruler over your life. You get to decide everything, you know. Um, does an emperor care about the opinion of everyone in their empire? Maybe. But do they care about the opinion of everyone outside their empire? Because your empire is really you in your life, not the people in it. Everyone is ruling over their own empire, right? As we're all walking around. And I feel like there's this important energy that's coming in, and because I feel like where the pressure's coming from is not so much about what you would feel about yourself, but what you feel other people would feel about you not having things at where you think they should be and where where you think is acceptable to be. So remember, you're the emperor of your life. You get to decide everything. Everyone else is just opinion, and you get to decide the story over your life. I feel like that's the underlying energy here. There's this big power of stepping into your power. And I feel like that's what your future self would say is, it was successful not because I got everything checked off a list, but the power, the energy I exude. Because what the emperor does, they clear the throne room of all the thoughts, right? All the opinions. Thank you, everyone. Clear the throne room. All the noise goes out. They're able to breathe, step back, step into their heart, figure out what they want to do, put a plan together, and take action. And I feel like it comes from that place, the energy under here. So let's see what else they have. That's the under the bottom of the deck. You got the High Priestess, the Star card. So here is that the High Priestess does step away, goes into her High Priestess temple, connects with the higher realms, looks into their own heart energy, and the Star card. What is my dream come true and why? And I feel like there is this return to your why, return to your why. I feel like is what your future self does, right? They keep returning to the why because that's the North Star. That's what I focus on. And everything else are just steps, you know, moments to enjoy on my way to my dream. And I'm living my dream each moment. And going to this event is living your dream. It's not about having everything perfect by whatever standard all those opinions in our head are saying. This is step back, step into your heart. Why are you doing what you're doing? And instead of like, it's like moving from mindful task mode into heart living mode. So I like that. Yeah, they have the devil card, letting go of a lot of long held thoughts and beliefs and mindsets. They rules over the house of work, Capricorn and Saturn energy. And they're like, let it be more like living a dream than a job. And yeah, we have sales goals, we have things that we feel we want to do to keep things going, but that's not what we're not, we work to live. We don't live to work. And the switching of this energy, I feel like is what your future self is really focused in on is, yeah, I'm getting out of my head and into my heart. Capricorn energy, big thinking, cutting away mindsets, getting out of this long list of, well, it has to be this, it should be this, it needs to have this, it must have this. Does it? Not really. No one's going to die if all this stuff doesn't get done right and check marked off. Um, and it's like, I'm going to do the best I can, and I'm going to have a blast doing it. Is it going to be, um, this perfect thingy, whatever's this idea of perfection in my head? No. But, you know, what is it called? Spoiler alert, nothing is in human life. We think it is, but someone can always have a different opinion, which I'm sure you know that no matter how hard you try, someone is always gonna find something that they didn't like about it because everybody has different expectations, everyone has different ideas about things, and that's okay. I'm gonna do what I feel is important for my dream, and the rest of it can just be there or not, right? So, hopefully that makes sense. You also have the Princess of Wands, the Page of Wands. Reignite your passion is what your future self says. Again, remember the why, remember the excitement of why I love, why I create, why I want to do all this stuff. Am I doing it to, have certain amount of money and external things? It's a good side benefit, but is it really what the true why is, right? Because underneath that, you do have the Two of Swords. Yeah, this is the battle between the head and the heart, right? And that's what we've been talking about. The head goes, "Oh, it should, supposed to, need to," out of fear, and our heart is like, "Live." What a wonderful expression of things. Um, the mind is, "I gotta go do this," and the heart's like, "Look at that beautiful sunset. I'm just gonna take a breath and watch this. All right, let's describe it. Let's paint it. Let's do the." "No, I just wanna sit here and enjoy it." "No, we need to do something about this." That's the head and the heart kind of energy. So, I feel like this is reigniting the passion of the heart, kind of all that's coming in here. Yep, and you do have the Page of Swords. See things from a higher perspective, along with the Eight of Swords underneath it, which is letting go of the thoughts, the beliefs, the mindsets, the mind stuff that makes you feel blinded and bound and trapped and restricted and small. It's rooted in fears. The pressure that we have is the pressure we're putting on ourselves. I learned that in corporate life when I would freak out and I'm not gonna be able to do all these 50 projects that I'm on, and I'm not gonna be able to make these deadlines. Oh my god. I'd go talk to my boss and, "Oh my god, I'm not gonna be able to do this." And she's like, "Relax. So, what do you have to do? All right, that I can have someone else do. Anyone can do that one. I need you to work on this project." And it's like, I'm gonna do what I can, you know? And in realizing through all that experience, what I learned is I'm the one that put all the pressure on me, not my boss, not anyone else. It was me. And when I put the pressure on myself, I'm the one that can release it too. So I feel like that's what your future self is telling you too is you're the one that's putting pressure on you. The situation isn't. It's your thoughts about what and expectations around the situation that are. Wow. Then you have the 10 of cups. Remember your joy, 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 and the ace of pentacles. New opportunity. Every moment, a new opportunity for joy, I feel like is the attitude of this kick ass future self. They're just like, I focus on joy and celebration, not about all the expectations and achieve, and hit these things. They're like, I get out of the head and into the heart. Because we've probably talked about the heart doesn't have expectations. So abundance happens almost right away from a heart standpoint. The mind is the one that has this big long list of how everything has to be, should be, need to be. And we feel like we're, underneath the weight of all these expectations, trying to push our way up to zero, then we can have abundance after that. So I like this that we return to joy. And yep, and then underneath this one, we have the 10 of Wands. They made this appearance last three readings, I think. So the 10 of Wands down here is about we can look at a situation either as a burden or as abundance. And again, with this being underneath the joy in this, we can stop looking at something in one way and immediately begin looking at it like something else and going, yeah, what are all the expectations? What has to be like completed? Absolutely, without a doubt, has to be completed. And you're like, well, that I've completed everything I have to. That's required to be able to have, to attend the event, right? And then anything else I can do at the event, um, and, be open to other ideas, right? And when we're in this place of calm and in our heart, that's where creativity is allowed to come out and where ideas come in, where we can be like, oh, yeah, I never thought of just asking this person, hey, would you like to come and just hang out with me at the booth when I'm there and just kind of, conversate with people until I'm open to be able to talk with them or whatever? And they're like, "Yeah, I'd love to go." You know, could be anything, just but in that place of calm is when things come. Otherwise, we're kind of in fight or flight mode when we're in that stress, right? So I feel like that's what they have. Let's see what else they have here for you from the future. Your fortune cookie is gratitude. We talk about this, right? The affirmation is I am grateful for many things in my life that bring me joy and comfort. The angels want you to remember if you just pause and think for a moment, you might just recognize that you have so much to be thankful for, no matter how small these positive things might seem. So I love that for you. All right. That's what they have for you, Sean. So many blessings. Thank you again for your donation. I appreciate that here. All right. And guide, thank you so much. I think I have your donation that came in here through the PayPal. Yes. I think so because it says guide on there. So that must be you. Hello, hello. So we'll get you on the donation list here as well. Oops, that didn't copy well. Let me try that again. There it is. All right. So we got Val up next, and then my baby, and then you will be up after that. So thanks for being here. And plate of spaghetti. Hello, hello. Good to see you. We'll get you on the free list here as well. All right. So I think that was everyone that has come in since then. Cut me out. We got all those. Okay, good. All right. Let me take a quick sip here and we'll dive back in. Cheers, everybody. Thank you for all the thumbs up. It does help spread the Zen love. And I'm glad you're part of the love tsunami, spreading that love through the world. So thank you. Cheers, cheers. All right. So, Val, thank you for your patience in getting to your reading. I know, like, oh my gosh, the list is long, but not too bad. We've seen longer waits, right? So, thank you for your donation. We'll give that a love and a like here. Du, tre, quarter. um, and I don't see a question, so we will assume again. I know what assume does. So we'll revert to a general reading, right? Ah, you're so sweet. Thank you. Get these all shuffled up here. Yep, G for general. All right, we gotcha. So let's see here. What does Spirit want you to know right now? For Val here, we got those. We've got these. And this here. I'm getting someone from the other side come in. I don't often have them come through these regular readings unless people ask about it, but I have it feels like a parent kind of energy coming in. Um, so I don't know if you have a mom who has passed, because it feels like a feminine energy. If not, it's like a grandmother, but it's a feminine parental type of energy coming in, just talking about how proud they are of you and that they didn't share that a lot in your life when you were growing up, and that they recognize that now, and they're like, "I know, little late to the show, but at least I'm telling you, you know, now." Because in the bottom of the deck, you do have the 6 of Cups, which is child energy. It's the and that's why, and I definitely felt, "Oh, it is mom? Looks like the queen." Oh, okay. So she definitely, I feel like that's a big piece of this message that's coming in is this is from her to you, and that's the big start of it is to tell you that they're proud of you, and just to sit with that, and we often don't get to hear that. I remember when my dad, he's still alive right now, but the first time, and I must have been in my 40s, I feel like is the first time he told me he was proud of me. And after I hung up the phone, I bawled like a little child because that's something that I think we as children want to hear. And that's the kind of energy they're bringing in, is that I didn't tell you enough, if at all, how proud I was of you. And uh, I didn't have the awareness to share that when I was here, it feels like, right? And parents didn't do that back then, right? They're just like, "If I didn't beat you, that means I'm, proud of you." Oh, okay. No news is good news. Oh my goodness. So let's take a look here. Yeah, she has the 8 of Swords, and I feel like she's telling you here with the 8 of Swords, this is that you're you have been working on letting go of a lot of mindsets that, were created back in the day, um, through praise and punishment, they created these beliefs and thoughts of being really strict on yourself. And you've been working on releasing a lot of these thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that make you feel blinded and bound and trapped and restricted and small. But now that she's in the spirit world, she's not, this human character anymore. She's a powerful, supernatural, eternal spirit being, right? She played that character, but now she's out of character and she is being part of your spirit guides to help you in releasing some of this. And she goes, well, I was responsible for creating a lot of these. I am more than happy to help you remove these out of your life and that to help transform and let those things flow away. So, um, they are supporting you in releasing some old mindsets that have followed you all your life, right? Yeah, and I mean, I swear this 10 of Wands has come up in, like, every reading so far. Maybe it has something to do with astrology, but you got the 10 of Wands, which there is this oppression energy, this burden energy, and one of the things that she also is, helping you energetically is to help remove the energy from feeling like something is an obstacle to that something is abundance and gratitude. And so she's helping with your energy, helping you release things so that you can move forward into something. And again, this is tied to mindsets and beliefs. There might even be some subconscious things that are running on autopilot that can be looked at to release and I feel like, you know, she would ask like a big piece of the chunk that would open up in your life is that she asks you to forgive her. That it wasn't intentional. Any of the pain that you experienced, it wasn't intentional. It was an expression of her own pain from growing up, and that it wasn't her intention to aim it at you, even though you got hit by stuff, the energies and the actions or the non-actions, the words or the silence. And that she does say, I apologize, I'm sorry. And again, asking you to forgive her for your sake, not for hers, but for your sake, because that opens it up, right? Um, you might double check that. There could be some deep-seated pain below the surface, that your inner child stuffed because it was taught you're not supposed to express your sorrow, express your anger, you're supposed to stuff it, right? So, um, I feel like that's why she's saying all this because it is running on autopilot below the surface. Sometimes we're not conscious of it, we've moved on, but our little inner children are still have that charged emotion that's going on below the surface. Yeah. Okay. And so she wants you to focus on the Ace of Cups, which is, self-love. That's the answer to everything. Ace of Pentacles. I love all this new beginning energy coming in here, and the Two of Pentacles, this balancing energy that's coming in here. But I feel like she is letting you know, again, this pride of working on your self-love and that the more you raise your self-love, the more that things balance and change and move and that you have these opportunities that open up in the outside world. But, it has to do with beliefs that we have underneath the root about feeling like we have to give so much to deserve so little is in the core down here, beneath the surface. And there is this kind of spotlight that she's putting on that so that you can transform it. And that's what allows the abundance to come in. We probably have talked about that before. If not, I posted it earlier, the Six of Pentacles. Next week, I'm going to be bringing out a new podcast that's going to dive more into here. But this is a good little short episode from a couple years ago that talks a little bit about more into that Six of Pentacles energy, which is one of the things that holds back abundance from us is the subconscious belief system that was created where we have to give so much to deserve so little, where we tend to overgive in life instead of, the other. And so that's the thing that she's bringing in with that there, because it opens up another opportunity and then another opportunity. But if the inner child's going, "No, we're not letting that come near us," it's like, it's not gonna do any good if they're out there, but our inner child doesn't let us, experience them. So, I feel like that's an important thing that she's bringing in for you right now, which just helps with, like, your previous readings of abundance and fullness and even love coming into your life as well. Yeah, and it's funny that you said, "She looks like the queen." Well, we have the Queen of Pentacles. Dun, da, da, da. Queen of Pentacles is this equals abundance and birth and mother nature, mother nurture, that she's still loving you and nurturing you from the other side, but in such expansive ways that she can ever as a human. She's always with you ever since she stepped out of her physical body back to connect to her higher self. She's been next to you every second of every day. And the amazing thing that they always love to share is that they understand you so much more than they ever could as a human because they get to experience every emotion, every thought, every experience that you had in your entire life, even back into the womb and for the rest of your life, which they see all the possibilities of what can unfold. And I feel like that's why she wanted to step into your reading today, because there's an important, you know, time coming up for you. And so the things that she mentioned will help it come to you more easily, um, which is what, she would have that be for you. Your fortune cookie, she has is courage, which says, your affirmation is my bravery increases with each step in the right direction. The angels remind you that you become more confident and courageous by facing your fears daily. Each time that you face fear, it slowly begins to wither away. And as a result, you start to grow into the courageous person you're meant to become. I love that. So, and I like that she's, saying that you're not alone and she's behind you, backing you up every step of the way. So you're not in anything alone ever. So I like that for you. And that's what they have for you, my dear. So thank you again for your donation. I appreciate that. All right. Many blessings to you. I love her energy. I love when they come through. So, all right, my baby, you're up next. 14837 coming in here. You're very welcome. Oh, hey, Tim Tim, good to see you. Sorry, I didn't say hello. Happy Thursday. Be happy. It's a choice. That's right. So let's see here. I'll grab your question here. Get you on the free list here. All right. Got that here. She will send you. Oh, your mom. She will send you strength. Moms never stop caring for their children. Yeah, I love that. All right. So, my baby, thank you for your donation. Let's give that a love and a like here. Hi. So you want to go, KV's true intentions, hopes, thoughts, and feelings about you. Please. Are they trying to talk to any other girls? You're so funny. All right. Let us get in here. Let me take a quick sip here. Cheers, cheers to you and everybody. Thank you guys for being here. All right. Let me shuffle one more time here. So, KV's true intentions, their hopes, their thoughts, what's going on in their brain, I want that one. Those two. One's below. All right. Feelings. All right. And then, oh, and then are they trying to talk to any other girls right now? All right. And what's underneath that? I feel like just that one. All right. Scooch these over here. All right. So we'll start off here. Their true intentions right now. Yeah, kind of felt that here. You got this Seven of Pentacles, which is slowly getting to know someone. It's like the last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit. So their intention is to take their time. And the Queen of Cups is, it is a very emotional energy. And I feel like this is how they see you as someone who has a big heart, very much a very caring, giving, someone that has so much emotion that flows, right? And I feel like they don't know how to express their emotions a whole lot. And that's one of the things that attracts them very much to you is they want to spend time getting to understand how you're sharing emotions, how you feel your emotions, because they're in a way, they're not like vicariously trying to take all of your emotion, but they're trying to learn, and they love the emotions that you're able to give. The bottom of the deck, now I see why they wanted me to wait at least one here because we do have the Queen of Pentacles, which is Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, this nurturing energy again. Underneath that, we do have, yeah, we have got the Prince of Cups, which is the Knight of Cups, movement of emotion, along with the Seven of Cups, which is a lot of emotional confusion. And that's why I feel like they're trying to learn about emotion and they're on this, of course, their quest, trying to find their self love with all of this. But I feel like their intentions are to take their time because they're not, it's like they don't speak the language of love. And so they're trying to learn it and they're taking their time in doing it, if that makes sense. Don't know if you're here. Okay. So, that's like it feels their intentions. What are their hopes? Yeah, there again, we've got this chariot energy, which is the hope is to move and have movement and action. The chariot rules over all four of the knights, which are all action energies. But behind the surface, the chariot has Cancer, Mother Moon energy. Again, a lot of emotion and this rebirth. Their hope is that it's kind of like, I don't know, I'm seeing like the Grinch with their heart 4 times too small or whatever, how many times it was too small. And, like the little girl that allowed his heart to crack open and it grew and he's like, it's like to bring back their heart, bring back life to their emotions, activate their emotions. I feel like that's their hope is that, that they would be able to have that um, happen. So I think that's a false hope because you can't do that for them. They need to do it for themselves. But maybe by watching you, experiencing you, maybe with the love that you share, their heart might spark and come back to life or come to life for the first time, like Frankenstein. Or I guess he came back to life. But let's see here. What are their thoughts? Yeah, we got we got this 5 of swords and the 5 of pentacles. So there's a lot of internal conflict between their head and their heart. And so their heart, we'll find out when we look at the feelings there. Imagine the heart, because the heart usually wants to love. It's usually because it's a being of love. It wants to love, but the mind is the troublemaker among humans. It's the one that tries to clamp down, go, no, 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 no. Because this 5 of pentacles, this 5 of swords are all these beliefs around lack, right? There's this fear of being abandoned, being left behind, being left out in the cold, not being enough, not having enough. And I feel like that's what their mind is doing. It's the one that wants to take things slow because it wants to be able to understand the emotions and, um, and underneath that, yeah, we got the King of Swords. So they're really in their mind. I feel like they're a big, I don't know if they're an air sign, but they definitely have a lot of mental energy that comes in here with that King of Swords because the King of Swords rules over the sword suit of mind and thought and communication with the queen, but all kings get a second portion of swords, which makes them the overthinker in some places, but also, this um, um, someone who seeks clarity and has a lot of mental energy that goes on as well. So I feel like their mind is what's rolling them, and that's what holds the heart back from moving. Let's see what the heart says here. The heart is kind of in this cocoon, which makes sense because it feels like almost like like their mind did this to their heart. I hung them upside down from a tree so they can stay out of trouble because it's like their heart is muted or paused where it's not allowed to act out. It's been, you know, taken, into a padded cell, soundproof room so it can't be expressed. Shh, shh, we need to keep you there, right? So, um, so I feel like that is kind of where we're at with them right now. The hangman is the heart is transforming and getting into this, energy of rebirth and action, like rebellion. At some point, the heart can't stand it anymore and it breaks out of that box, right? But for right now, it feels like they're on lockdown. Their heart is. Are they attempting to be with other girls, energy? No, I don't feel there. I feel like the universe card, the world card in the original tarot is about ending of old cycles, beginning of new adventures. I don't feel like there's, that they're trying. Underneath that energy, we got the 10 of cups, which is joy and celebration and emotional energy. And I feel like maybe an old cycle was that they used to express themselves through passion, through action and motion, not emotion, but they're trying to change things. And I feel like they feel like you're someone that can teach them about emotion right now. At least this is their current energies. And they're breaking that habit of um trying to express themselves through the energetic and physical attraction and passion and intimacy, physical intimacy and experience it in a different way. So I feel like they're not trying at this point because but I feel like that might be what they used to do, but I feel like they're trying to break a pattern. So interesting, right? Your fortune cookie, you got self belief, which says, I am brave and I choose to be the architect of my life. The angels ask you to claim your power because this will lead you to fulfill your dreams and create the life, relationships, and abundance that you deserve and long for. When your self belief is strong and your faith in your abilities is high, you easily hear and follow your intuition. So I like that for you. Hopefully that helps. That's what they got for you, my baby. So many blessings to you. Let's see here. We got Lolo. Hey, Lolo. Welcome, welcome, new subscriber. Thanks for joining us. You can absolutely ask a question if you want to ask a free question. Those are 1 to 2 card reading, which we'll get to. Free readings are first come, first serve. And then if you want a deeper dive reading, if you make a donation of any kind, you get moved and prioritized above before free readings, and we dive deeper into those too. So we got that. All right. And I do see your question here. We'll consider it a free question unless I see a donation come out for you, and we'll add you to the list here. Let's see here. We've got about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. You're like 13th on the free reading list right now, and I just have one more donation to complete at this point. So that's what we have. All right. So welcome. All right. So, guide, thank you so much for your donation. You're at 20027 is your timestamp. So thank you for your donation via Z PayPal. And your question up here was, will you get well enough to work soon? I believe, because this is you, right? Let me just make sure you didn't put anything on your question. Nope, nothing on the PayPal. So I believe that is you. And so we'll find out here based on current energies, will you feel well enough to work soon? And of course, whenever it's health related or anything like that, I have to mention the disclaimer I have down in the description area of the video. Of course, I'm not a licensed medical professional. Tarot's for fun and for entertainment purposes. Ultimately, everyone's responsible to make their own decisions and seek professional help in making those decisions. So, disclaimer said, check, check. All right. So, based on that, here, will you feel better soon to be able to work? All right. What else do they want you to know here? All right. All right. And we'll maybe even do a little. I feel like we want to pull from here. We'll do a when card here for you, too. Will you and when might that be, right? All right. So we got this one here. All right. So we'll see what that is here in a sec. So the bottom of the deck, you do have the Judgment card here, which the Judgment card is your higher self calling you to somewhere different. Even underneath that, you've got the um, Prince of Pentacles, which is the Knight of Pentacles, which is a quest of somewhere new in the physical world. And you do have the Ace of Swords, which is an energy of new clarity coming in regarding it. Yeah, and you've even got this energy of, the 10 of Pentacles, which is abundance in the outside world, and the 2 of Pentacles, like there's 2 opportunities that are coming up here for you too. And it feels as if here, like there is, of course, always reason for everything, and everything is unfolding for us, that it feels like you're being called away from where you were working and, you know, um, not feeling well, and whatever has happened to make you not be able to work has been the opportunity to be still, kind of like forced R&R, forced rest and relaxation, to be able to, um, again, be still and hear, um, like the desires of your heart in a way. So let's look here. Will you get better to find a new, to be able to work? Um, you do have the Empress, yeah, Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, nurturing yourself, abundance. So that's an absolutely a yes card. Get the Six of Pentacles, yeah, balanced energy of your physical body, and the Four of Swords is peace of mind and rest in your mind too. So, and it's funny because the Four of Swords is usually someone resting, and I feel like it, out of everything, it felt like this was more for your mind to be able just to try to be still, with all of expectations and stress and a lot of mind energy. So I like this for you because there's this balanced energy, this nurturing energy, self nurturing energy that's coming in here. So it definitely feels like a yes, for us. What else did they want you to know here? Yeah, the Tower card. Things and people are removed out of your life on purpose for a purpose, to create space for something that's more in alignment with your energy and who you really want to be and where you want to go, right? So, like we were talking about before, I feel like this happened on purpose for a reason, maybe so that you won't, be where you were at. I feel like where you were at, you've got this Queen of Cups energy, which is a lot of emotional, because you're very empathic. You feel a lot of people's emotions and the emotional energy around you. And I just feel like with all the emotional energy you had yourself, you were like, I really don't want anyone else's, but I feel like it's a high drama area that you were in before, like where you were working or what. And it was like, no, it's time for you to be somewhere that's more energetically, let's see, emotionally, energetically in alignment for your needs, um, than others. And you even got the Hermit card here along with this other card. I feel like you might, while you're, if you're able to like search on the internet, whatever, if you're not working from home and you would like to, this Hermit card is like being able to work remotely, work from home kind of energy, where you can be, um, more away from people, um, and you get to choose who you are around instead of that you're emotionally around people that you're like, "Oh god, you're draining. These, energies around me are making I'm leaking emotional energy. I need to I need to have self-containment," as you grow and grow your emotional and empathic abilities. But so I feel like that's kind of a second thing that's coming in here is them letting you know that this happened on purpose to get you to go, "You know what? If I could, you know, work remotely, work from home, then I could, be more rested and not be rushing around and all that kind of stuff." So hopefully that resonates. The when card came in here. Yeah, March 31st to April 10th. So looks like here next week, March 31st is like Tuesday, I think, through April 10th. And the Three of Wands, too. This is about expansion, growth, looking ahead. And the Three of Wands is with new information, I go a different route than I was before. So again, them saying, if you, with you realizing, oh, this happened for me, and I'm gonna release this old and I'm looking for this new one, and I feel like if you do that now, you might even get information between March 31st and April 10th of a new position, maybe working from home, right? So, hopefully that helps, my dear. Sending you lots of love energy right now surrounding you that your higher self can use according to the will of your higher self, what they're wanting to experience through this wonderful character that you are. We'll also grab a fortune cookie here too. You're very welcome. Thank you for your donation. And let's see what we got here. All right. So for your fortune cookie, yeah, we got transform. Here you go. Says your affirmation is all things in life change and I adapt willingly and easily. The angels want you to know that you are now coming full circle. You're ready to move on to the next stage of your life. But that doesn't mean you have to forget the past completely. All the experiences that have led up to this point have equipped you with the tools to move forward. I like it. Moving forward. Boom, boom, boom. All right. So that's what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. Thank you again for your donation. All right. And then Lolo, it looks like you deleted your question. So I will remove you from the free list here. If you have another question, put it out there if you wish. All right. So I think that was it for donations. So I'm going to take a quick sip here and we'll dive into free reading. So cheers, cheers, everybody. All righty. So, of course, free readings go a little faster because they're just 1 to 2 cards. So hang in there, folks. All right. So, Swaroop Bobby, you are up first. Here is your timestamp. If I can type, there we go. And will you be able to clear all debts in next week? Let's see here. Based on current energies, will you be able to clear all debts? Not quite. You got the Hanged Man, which is like a pausing transformation energy. The Two of Pentacles is a balancing energy. So I feel like you're able to, clear a lot of debts, but I feel like there's still, it's like a scales I'm looking at with these Two of Pentacles. It's like maybe half of it, but I feel like with that Hanged Man, it is about it's like a caterpillar transforming into a butterfly. It takes time for a full transformation. So it's definitely in the works. The cycle is there. Um, but I feel like it's like there's 2 dots, right? One gets taken care of and then the other half gets taken care of. But it takes a little bit more time, to complete it all, not all next week. So, that is what they have for you, Swaroop. So, enjoy. Hey, even half debt-free is good if the other half is gonna be going away soon. But I don't feel like it's, like, way, way far away, but, um but I feel just like half next week kind of energy, right? All right, and then we have Kritika Sayami. You are up. Whoops, I did not do that right. Let's try that again. 2:11:30. So Kritika Sayani. Here's your timestamp. Oh, you like you like the coffee mug, huh? Coffee's your drug of choice. You're funny. All right. So, Kritika, how will your year be 2026 financially? All right. Let's see. Based on current energies. All right. Let's try that again. Let's just shuffle these up. Cards going everywhere. There we go. So, how is your year financially based on current? It looks like here great possibilities. Let me see if I do it this way. Let me do it this way. Move my microphone. She got the star card, which is like a dream come true kind of energy. But the emperor energy has to do with you taking action and you making choices because both of these are major arcana. So it's about the emperor deciding what is they wanting from the heart, not from their mind. The star card is Aquarius. What's my dream come true from my mind? But I feel like they're saying it's important for you to know also what's your dream come true from your heart. Kind of bring those together to balance out the dreams of the two realms that we rule our lives by, which is our mind with all its supposed to be's and should be's and need to be's and fears, and our heart, which is the living life kind of energy. And there can be something that, like a compromise, something that makes both your heart and your head happy, but you have to decide what that is. What does success mean? Because if we just kind of live unconsciously, if we, not living consciously about what we're wanting to achieve and having gratitude around what we do have, then, we kind of live unconsciously from our little inner children going all over the place and inconsistency. So it's so important to live consciously, knowing what it is we want, both head and heart, bringing them to an agreement. And then with that emperor, you make a plan, you put energy, and it goes forward. So great possibilities of some great stuff, but I feel like it's important to know what you want financially and why, and make sure both the heart and the mind have signed off on it, and then apply it and move forward on it, right? So I feel like that's what they want you to know right now, Kritika. So many blessings to you. All right. And we got Ashish Balkaran. You are up. Ashish, here's your timestamp. Yes. And any messages from your dog named Sheba? She passed away in 2019. Ah, I love that. So the soul attached to the dog called Sheba. All right. Thank you. I love it. Yeah. What a beautiful energy. Because you got the Ace of Cups and the 10 of Wands. And their message to you here with the Ace of Cups, that's like unconditional love energy. Is that, I my one of the big reasons that, you know, you chose for me to be in your life and I chose to be in your life was to be that energy of unconditional love, to be that example of unconditional love. And I still love you from this side. And with this 10 of Wands, the 10 of Wands is a transformation of energy from something that feels like a burden to something that feels like grateful and gratitude, right? And it's interesting. I get this quite a bit with dogs because, you know, the movement of their tails and their bodies and their excitement and their energy, they help us transform. And even with this 10 to this ace, is we help with endings and beginnings. When we're going through big changes, they are around us. You'll notice that they'll come to you and wag their tail and greet you and snuggle with you and everything because they're helping change energy. And I go, I did that in physical form when I was there, but I also do that as the soul that I am, and I've been around you since I went to the other side, as one of your many, 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 many spirit guides to help bring love. And I feel like they're like my big, it's not an assignment, it's, like their volunteer assignment, if I guess you can put it that way, to continue to be a source of just giving you love and in difficult times to help kind of wag their energetic tail to help you transform energy from lower vibration to higher vibration. When you feel burdened and depressed and feel like things are heavy, they're really make themselves known around those times. And they said that around some tough times in your life since then, and even going forward, you'll notice other dogs doing things that they would have done. And it's not that they hijack the other dog, but their energy joins the other, soul's energy that's expressing themselves through that other animal. And they'd be like, "Hey, can we do this so we can get this message?" And I'm like, "Yeah, let's do that." And so that's one of the ways that they show you that they're still with you and around you, supporting you and loving you. So I love that. So that's what they have for you, Ashish. So many blessings to you. I love their energy. All right. And then we have Menahil. Hello, hello. Here's your timestamp. There we are. And I am doing well. I hope you're doing well. I want to know, is there any physical changing transformation coming soon and before 2026? All right, let's take a look here. Based on current energy, anything physical transformation or change that you need to know about here? Yeah, there is a lot of possibilities here with the 2 of Wands because that's your power of choice energy, like, whatever you focus on is what you draw to you. I don't feel like there's anything faded that is going to change or transform, um, outside of your energies of what you're focusing on. So it's really this, being aware of what you're putting out because that's what you're gonna be drawing in. And, the star card, is like a mental dream come true energy. It's a big balancing energy. And I feel like one of the things that is like transforming is your idea here of what a dream come true is from the mind standpoint. Your heart already knows, it's already connected to the higher realms, but your mind is becoming more in tune with seeing things from a higher perspective, letting go of some expectations, what's on this list of what a dream come true kind of is, I feel like is what's coming in there. So I feel like that's one of the big things that's changing because that covers both relationships and jobs and education and your body, your bank accounts, your possessions. Your expectations and what a dream come true involves all those areas, all those 3 buckets of the outside world. And relationships are lovers, friends, family, coworkers, whatever. So it includes it all, and I feel like you're kind of reviewing what your mind is saying all this is supposed to be. You're going, "Why? Why is that on my list?" When you write down, "What is a dream come true?" Write down. It's a good journaling prompt. What does a dream come true look like? Write it all out. no judgment, no thinking about it, just what do I think my dream come true is? This and this and this and this and this, doing all those 3 areas, relationship situations and things. Then after you're done, then you can kinda take them one at a time and go, "Why do I believe I need this for my dream to come true? Where does this come from? What do I think it brings me? What do I think it tells me about my worth?" Some good reflection energy on that. So that is what they have for you. Homework, if you choose. You don't have to. All right. So that's what they got for you, Minnie Hill. Many blessings to you. All right. Maria P., you were up. 22037. Thank you for your donation earlier. Here's your time stamp. And a general for you, love and work. Let's take a look here. So we've got love and we've got work. So love, you've got the 10 of swords. Yeah. So you're in this period of letting go of expectations. They're bringing that back up. They bring it up often here, but I feel like there's it's a good check-in time on that to realize what is it that I feel isn't happening or that I feel needs to happen, blah, 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 etc. Right? It's like question, why do I believe these things have to happen in a relationship for love? And what happens if it doesn't happen? It's face the fear because that's what happens when we're like, what? What if my expectation is never met? What does it mean? What does it mean about your worth? What does it mean about your relationship? What does it mean? And you realize it don't mean a thing. But something to good to be aware of there. And then work, you have the Queen of Wands. Yeah, we get this every once in a while with that too. I feel like it's important for you to realize what energy you're putting forward at work, knowing that, you can lead the change of energy at work by what energy you're putting out and not allowing other people's energy to bring you down into lower vibration. But you could be this bright light at work. We talk about mending bridges and joining people together and being honest and feeling like a how would we say, like a healthy family instead of a regular family. So, I like that for you, Maria. So, hopefully that helps. But that's what they got for you. So many blessings to you. All right, let's see, we got Blueberry in the house. Hey, Blueberry. Get you onto the free reading list here. And Shirley, you're still here, awake and enjoying the vibes. Great. Thank you so much for being here. You're you're only a couple away. All right. So Olivier Vagara, 22303. Look at all those twos and threes. Yeah, you get all those twos all the time, right? Here you go. Here's some more twos. A general for the coming week. What does Spirit want you to know about this coming week here? See, they do want this one and this one here. So you got the Prince of Swords and the Princess of Swords, sorry, and the Six of Wands. So Princess of Swords, she's about new communication, heightened clarity coming in here for you this next week. And it feels like with the Six of Wands, it's a victory energy. And there is kind of this stepping into the limelight or being lifted up and recognized energy. So I do feel like the one of the big things for this next week that they want you to be aware of is this new communication coming in. It could be a returned communication, but it feels like a victory. It feels like whatever this messenger is that comes and brings this energy. That's what pages do, right? Pages are hear ye, hear ye. It's someone bringing a message, bringing an announcement to you that you feel is very exciting and fulfilling. So whether that's a job interview or a job hiring or something, it just feels like there is this, but it feels like it's a returned communication, not like a Ace of Swords would be like brand new. This feels like a returned kind of communication that is like, oh, wow. So I like this for you. It feels very positive, and I feel like that's the big highlight of the week with that coming in there for you. So, ooh, I'm curious now. What is this going to be? All right. So that's what they have for you, my dear. Many blessings to you. All right. Shirley, you're up. 22507 is yours. Let's see, like a general in love. Let's see what we got here. Just Spirit wants you to know we got this one here. I feel like this one here. All right. So, wow, I just put that back in the deck and it came back out. You've got this 6 of Wands energy. And I do feel like this is a passion that's coming your way, equal passion that will be coming forward here soon for you. But don't get too excited about it. Darn it. I know. Well, I mean, it's not I feel like with the devil card is, Capricorn, Saturn energy. They're a lot about, allowing us the ability to question our thoughts and beliefs and mindsets and break free of some old chains, some old ways of thinking around relationship. And so there's this equal attraction, but I also feel like they are a big mirror, showing you some things that you feel about yourself that are reflected back in this mirror. And so I feel like more stepping stone energy, you know, with this individual, not like a long-term partner kind of energy. If you haven't checked out my most recent podcast, um, I talk more about all that energy. Let's see, where is it at? Here it is. So I'll throw it out here just for the sake of ease for anyone if you want to check it out. Um, but that's what I feel like this individual is. It's like, wow, we're drawn to each other physically, energetically, um, passionately if you want that. Um, but I don't feel like there's heart energy there. It's more the fire energy, and but it does allow you to experience some triggers and some stuff that bubble up for you to question, so that you can release it from you. And what a stepping stone does is that, we're mirrors for each other that show us some stuff that we are bubbling below the surface that's is impacting us, but we don't realize it till this mirror shows it, and then we're able to question it, transmute it, release it, and be free from it. Then we don't take it with us into a relationship of any kind. So, I feel like that is what is going on right now. So, yay. Enjoy the mirror. Right? So that's what they have for you, my dear. Many blessings to you. Thanks for hanging out with us. All right. Leslie, you are up. 22802 is yours. There's your timestamp. And what does Spirit have to say? All right, let's take a look here. What do they want you to know right now? All right, that's a lot of cards. Let me take a sip here. Got to keep this little oiled up here. Turn that down. That's awfully hot. All right. So, what does Spirit have to say to you, please? Here. All right. Got this one and this one. So, you got the Prince of Swords and the Queen of Wands. So, Prince of Swords, which is the Knight of Swords, is about movement of communication, movement of messages. And the Queen of Wands, very, very connected to the spirit world, both energetically and empathically through the heart, emotions, energy, especially. And I feel like this message here is one of that you're getting a lot of messages from spirit and you're expanding your ability to hear messages from spirit, especially as you're raising your love vibration, cutting away the noise of the physical human experience world, which is loud. So in ways we turn down the fear noise and we're raising our love vibration, the frequency at which spirit speaks is unconditional love and joy and laughter and gratitude and play and all that wonderful energy. That as you're raising that, you get these clear messages, and as you turn this down, the messages become even more clear. And I feel like they're telling you that they've been giving you tons of messages. They always are. They're talking to us all the time. but we're so distracted by this world. There's so many things. It's like we're all puppies, ADHD puppies going, "Squirrel, squirrel, squirrel, squirrel," and they're trying to talk to us, and every once in a while, we catch things in the physical world, and we pick up things in our heart, and our thoughts are dropped into our minds, memories are touched, we feel floods of energy. There's all these different ways that they can communicate with us, and they're communicating with you a ton of ways, and I feel like they're telling you here it's been expanding and growing, more and more, and that they are, letting you know that there's a whole bunch out there. It's like someone saying, "There's an Easter egg hunt, and there's all these Easter eggs out there, and there's not just 1, there's 100." "What? I thought there was just 1." "No, there's 100 Easter eggs out there." So you're like, "Oh my god, let me go find them," right? And so I feel like they're telling you there's a ton of messages, synchronicities that are out there that we're repeating and showing you. So look and you'll see. So I like that. So that's what they have for you, Leslie. So many blessings to you. All right. And little pink Daisy, you're up 23110 here. Whoops. Try that again. There we go. Boom, boom, boom. So there you are. And you feel he is acting heavy and negative with you. Does he want to illuminate me far away? I think, do you mean eliminate, like, psh, send you away kind of energy? Let's take a look here and see what are his intentions. Why is he acting this way? Is he wanting you to go far away? Well, we do have the hermit energy. They're very much being drawn, wanting to be alone energy, here. And the Princess of Cups it is an energy of happiness, and it's an energy of, raising their own emotional energy. I'm gonna pull one more clarifier on here just to see here. Is this princess or this page of cups, is this for themselves or for someone else? This is someone else. Yeah. Kind of feels here with we got the Queen of Cups and the Magician, which this is action energy, divine masculine action energy, and the Queen of Cups is a very emotional individual. So it does feel here that they're thinking here that they would be happier with, this other emotional person here. But they won't be, you know. The whole thing about all this is that, until we realize that we're the only ones that can make ourselves happy. Like happiness is an inside job. We are taught other people are supposed to make us happy because we're growing up, right? We're taught, you made dad mad, you made mom sad. So we're so powerful and we're responsible for other people's emotions, but it's not true. We can only control our own emotions and our own emotional choices, no one else's. You can give someone the world, they can still choose to be unhappy. So if they're unhappy on the inside, no one on the outside will make them happy. But until we realize that, till we wake up to that, we'll think, oh, you're not making me happy. This person will. Nope, they're not making me happy either. Maybe it's this one. Nope, they're not making me happy. Maybe I need 2 or 3 people to make me happy. Nope, that's not making me happy either. Distracting me for a little bit, but I'm still, when things calm down, they still feel that unhappiness on the inside. So know that, this anger, this heaviness, this fear that they have, this desperation that they feel is because they have been going from like person to person in their life trying to find or even job or this or that. All the 3 buckets of the outside world we're taught are supposed to make us feel happy, right? Relationships with all sorts of humans, situations like jobs and education, our bodies, our bank accounts, money, things, right? And it won't make them happy, and eventually, because everything's pointing him inward to find his love and his happiness here. So you're being a wonderful mirror for them, and they're being a mirror for you. showing you as well what you're wanting to see about yourself until you see it. So, whether that's the fear of rejection, the fear of not being enough, all these mirrors that we have showing us to free us from these fears and realizing we are always loved every moment, eternally and unconditionally by multitude of beings in the higher realm, that we're never unloved. We just experience what it might feel like when humans freak out in the outside world and act the way they do. So hopefully that helps a little bit. Little pink daisy, hang in there. Much love to you. All right, Cat Mia, you are up. Meow meow. I have to do that every time. All right, so here is your timestamp, Cat Mia, and you want to know, how can I balance this energy? Some guidance. All right, let's take a look here. So we've got this and this here. Yeah, it really has to do with mindset here, because you got the Devil card and you got the Four of Swords. Four of Swords, how you get peace of mind and balance, which is what helps balance energy, is this thing up here is what creates imbalance, right? Because energy is balanced in the outside world. It is. It's perfect. It's a perfect yin yang. It's perfectly balanced. Everything is copacetic, as they say. Till it gets in here. And with the Devil card, this is long held thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that's what creates our unpeace in the inside, because our expectations, our beliefs, this is the loudness, this is the imbalancer that throws things, because it's supposed to be this, it should be like this, it shouldn't be doing that, it should be this, blah blah blah. And in a way, when the belief that something's imbalanced isn't what's causing us stress, it's our belief around imbalance, the uncomfortability of it, that makes it feel out of balance. It is balanced in the outside world, it's just we think balance means all good and nothing here, right, is what our us as humans are taught. But that's out of balance. Balance is the balance between the yin and the yang, the dark and the light, the opposites, and so things are balanced, just our perception is, this shouldn't be here. This darkness should be here. There should be no darkness, right? And you're like, no, perfect balance between light and dark. Just our thoughts about darkness are what cause us to think and feel and experience that things are out of balance. Ooh, interesting. Never thought of it that way. So that's what they have for you, Cat Mia. So many blessings to you. Hope that helps. All right, plate of spaghetti. You are up 2:38:15. Here's your timestamp. Boom, boom. So love energy with Jax. Let's take a look here. Okay, we got this and we got this. Yeah, kind of feel that way here. So you got three cards. You got the Four of Cups, which the Four of Cups is realizing that she holds, let me see if I can do this way. She holds three cups in her hand here, if you can see. There's got three cups there, and then you got the Ace of Cups coming from the moon up there. So the Four of Cups is kind of boredom, stagnancy of emotion. And it's like the three the three of the outside world that are out there, there is this um that's where the stagnancy comes from, thinking that, that love is going to, bring us, um, bring us something different than we've had before. And, but that's the stagnancy. The Ace of Cups is our self love. And so I feel like the love energy with Jax is it's pointing you to your inner love, because there's this block here between that and the 10 of Cups. And So this is like the keeping you from going into this here. And let me see if I can bring it closer here again, because they're holding. There you go. She's holding the Ace of Cups, pouring it into the other 9 cups. And there's this message here of, and I feel like they're bringing this more as not specific to Jax, but that this is reinforced with Jax, that the love that we are trying to find in the outside world is here. We're the one that we're looking for, right? And I'm not sure if you've checked out my last podcast, which I just shared a moment ago, but I'll share it again here because it's a great podcast that talks about faded love and stepping stones and life partners and soul partners and soulmates and some other energies and advice and hints from spirit on how to make relationships an easier path and to be aware of some things. And one of the things they said in there was, sometimes we're looking for a forever person, but we're the forever person that we've been looking for. It's like, wow. And I feel like that's the big thing that they're bringing in here is the the attraction you feel isn't towards them, and any of the attraction you have in the outside world isn't really the attraction towards them. It's the mirror showing you what you're trying to find on the inside. Then once you find the self-love on the inside, doesn't mean that you're gonna stop wanting love in the outside world, but it changes you from feeling like you need it. And instead of the outside world feeling like it's falling short, because you're finding that love on the inside and it's filling up and overflowing, whatever they give is above and beyond extra. So it goes from the outside world's love that they offer goes from feeling like it's falling short to like it's abundance because it is above and beyond. So it's like that is what they have there for you. So that's what they got. Plate of spaghetti. Hopefully that helps right now. So that's what they got. Many blessings to you. Hey, Maria. Yeah, you can donate still. I got 2 more free readings that I wanna complete, and then, any other donations, any other readings, we'll finish up. So, boom, boom. Alright, Tim de la Gem, you're up to, 42, 37. So, Tim, Mr. Tim, brother Tim. So, we wanna know, what is the impression of your potential new boss has of you? Tough to read her, conflicting signals and expressions. All right, let's take a look here. So, what is their impression of you? All right, let's see if we got it here. All right. Wow. You got the strength card, and the 9 of wands has strength at the top. I think they feel like you're a strong personality, a strong individual that's here. Um, a force to be reckoned with, I would say here as well. But overall, I like this, that you're courageous, you're strong, confident is a good energy that comes in here. Um, and by strong personality, I don't feel like they think it's not a meant in a negative context. It's an energy of like you get stuff done that you won't be intimidated by people that, um, you know, that you're able to get things done too. The 9 of wands, it doesn't feel like this energy, excuse me, hiccup, of like blockages. It's about perseverance and that you're someone who will persevere to get the job done and that can also break through walls and you can get past things to help, move forward past some blocks. So I feel like there's this trust in your abilities that you'll make a positive impact. Um, on the company, and so I feel like it's good stuff there. But I feel like that kinda tells you that they think, someone with a strong personality is a good thing, that you can kinda tell that they're a strong personality themselves because they appreciate that in others. So hopefully that helps, Tim. That's what they have for you. So many blessings to you. All right. Then we got Blueberry 2:45:21. So Blueberry, here's your timestamp. So what's coming up for you here? Let's take a look here. Based on current energies, what's coming forward here? Let's shuffle these up here. Okay, we got this one and this one. All right. Yeah, it looks here. Did you get something like this last night? Because you got this wonderful little opportunity here with the Nine of Swords and the Five of Pentacles. Nine of Swords is like nightmare and insomnia energy, but it's also this energy of like facing your fears. Because the nine is like I'm getting to the point of I'm exhausted, trying to live up to everyone's expectations. I'm trying to live up to all these expectations in my head about supposed to be and should be and need to be, especially around the Five of Pentacles, which is an energy of the fear of being abandoned, the fear of being left behind, not having enough, not being enough. So that lack energy, beliefs in lack, fears of loss, fears of lack, right? Worry energy, like it says here. But I feel like there's these opportunities that are rising up to free you from some of these because once we have enough of it, which is the Nine of Swords, the nine's energy is like I'm to that point where the 10 of swords comes next, and I'm just sick and tired of it. I'm done trying to please everyone else. So it's like you're on the verge of this here, and it's a great place to be because freedom's on the other side of it, where you can free yourself from this cage of all these expectations, and then you free everyone else, and then you spend your energy enjoying life instead of trying to control everything around you and people and yourself and going, "Oh, it's exhausting," right? So there's this freedom that comes in and release of expectations, release of these, especially in regards to like your sense of worth that comes in. So I like that for you. That is what they got for you, my dear. So it's good. It's growing pains, but it's worth it for what comes after it. So hang in there. We all have to go through it. We don't have to, but we all choose to go through it to be free. So that is what they got for you. Many blessings. All right. See, we got Free Soul Humming came in. Hello, hello. And me. Hello, hello. Good to see you guys. I'll get you on the free list here. I do have one donation from Maria that came through. So we'll jump to you next. And then we got Free Soul Humming will be up after that, and me if I don't get any other donations. All right. I think this is for Maria because she said yes. So Maria 248.32 is for your second donation. There you go. Boom, boom. And let's see here. Your questions are done here. Oh, well. All right. So you ended up fighting after your date the whole day about his job, his thoughts. Okay. And then you said, I'm leaving and we need space. And he went begging his thoughts. I'm not sure. Is that a question? No, sexy time? Nothing. All right, let's take a look here. You texted Jeff and he said he was with a lady date. But he answered you. Okay. All right. So his thoughts after fighting after your date the whole day about his job. Yeah, I think at the Four of Swords here, it's like there's this truce in their mind. You know, they they look at fighting differently, I feel, because they are used to fighting so much with the you know, the dragon, right? In their past that, disagreements and things like that, they're at a truce in their mind. They're like, you know, we'll recover from this. I don't feel like you know, they went uh, too much into their head about it. It feels like here. Um, his thoughts about when you said I'm leaving and we need space, that rejection energy. We how we talk about like his biggest fear is that he's going to do something wrong and someone's going to reject him. You kind of fulfilled that fear when you do that. That's the thing that holds him back, right? When we he feels like things are going well and then something happens where you use the fight or flight and you um you know it's a form of manipulation whether we do it consciously or unconsciously because we'll act sad if we're not getting our way, we'll act mad if we're not getting away, and then we reject when we're not getting our way to have people try to do what we want them to do, right? And, so it's a awareness that comes in because I didn't realize I used to do that until I've talked about it before, right? I think it was my 3rd relationship. They said, "If you wanna walk, walk. If you wanna talk, talk, but I'm not gonna, you know, cave to your manipulation," and I was like, "What?" It was a big mirror eye opener for me. So, something to be aware of, I feel, said in love, not judgment, because obviously we're all taught to do that. So, something to be aware of, because that is one of his biggest fears. Yeah, and his thoughts are, "I wanna be alone." And that creates that energy of, "Alright, maybe we do need to be alone." And, 'cause we need space, and they're like, "Well, I'll be alone." And then that is that energy, right? Because that's why um, some of the what we've come up in readings before about him leaving where he's at least he has a secure place to live, and if he's not sure that you're also committed to talking about things, not running away and rejecting and saying, "I'm leaving," it creates that doubt that, well, maybe I don't wanna leap out there because if I do something that you disagree with and that we get in a fight or an argument over, then, you know, um, I'm gonna be left in a position of, "Why did I do what I did then?" So it returns them to that doubt, stage as well. No sexy time and nothing here. And we got the 10 of wands, which can change things because the 10 of wands it can be like either feel like a burden or it can feel like gratitude and abundance, right? So when we fight about his job, you know, that's the energy that goes into lower vibration, expectations, things not unfolding, and that creates the lower vibration and expands that. If we focus on gratitude, for what we love in someone and returning all that, then that grows, right? So that there's a fight shows that there was 2 people with 2 different beliefs and expectations trying to convince each other that their way of thinking is right, right? All right. And then interestingly enough, you went and texted Jeff, which is also one of his fears, which like, like if Wally went home and he started talking to his ex, right? Or talking to other people, how would you feel about that? You know? So this energy that he picks up on that you're not 100% committed to him, um, is valid for him because he picks up on this energy, right? Um, so Jeff said he was on a lady date, but he answered you. What is this about? Yeah. Page of Wands, new passion. We got the Prince of Cups, which is the Knight of Cups, movement of romance, and the Eight of Cups, which is walking away from emotions and people that don't serve, right? And so I feel like, he's always looking here with this Princess of Wands, the Page of Wands, looking for other options, right? Other people. And because I feel like they have a habit here with this Eight of Cups of, um, I feel like they're in love with romance, not a particular person. And when the romance starts to kind of fizzle out, they are always looking for what's the next fizzle, right? When the little sparkler is, "Psst, all right, throw it out. What's the next sparkler look like?" So it tells you something. I mean, would you appreciate being on a date with them and they're answering another female? Tells you a lot about someone, doesn't it? Oh no, I would be different with you. Shenanigans. Alright, let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. So some good things to be aware of. Yeah, and where's your joy, your gratitude? I like this. Joy, joy, joy. So it says, "When I feel happy, I manifest more reasons to be happy. Again, when I feel crappy, I also manifest more reasons to feel crappy." This angel reminds you that when we choose happy thoughts and set intentions to live joyfully, we're setting ourselves up for success and contentment in all areas of our lives. So that's coming back to that, that energy of when we focus in on what's going well in a relationship, it grows and expands. When we focus in on what's not going right or what we don't agree with, then we get that energy instead, right? So that is what they have coming in there for you. So many blessings to you. All right. And then Maria, I see you sent another donation. So let's dive into that one here. So we got 257.20 just came in. So here's your additional timestamp here. And so thank you for that additional donation. We'll see what we got here. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. You are in, fight or flight mode. Fumes. All right. So cheers. Take some breaths. Come out of fight or flight mode, right? Take deep breaths. Helps us calm and come out of that, that mode, right? All right. Let's see what we got here. So he said he was out, but how I was the he upset I call or miss me? So that's, Walter you're talking about? The he said he was out, but, um, was he upset I called or miss me? Oh, you meant Jeff was out. Okay. Just the he's, since we're talking about a couple of he's, right, in this moment, right? So Jeff said he was out, but how are you? Oh, how are you? Was he upset you called or did he miss you? Oh, okay. Girl, I know, right? You're like, "Fine, I'm gonna go." It's almost like it's like, it's important to look at why did I do that? Did I do it to try to hurt Walter? Or was I doing it to try to feel good about myself? Or both, right? Could be. So was Jeff upset that you called, or does he miss you? Look at that first here. So, no, he wasn't upset that you called. It's a dream come true energy with the star card. Once more Aquarius energy, emotions contained. Just, I don't feel like there's like this Um, they're like, "Oh, good, you called. Does he miss you?" Well, Queen of Wands, the passion, not emotionally miss, but energetically and physically attraction miss energy that's there, right? Yeah, right, Tim, yeah, good point there. Yeah, and realizing, let's take a moment. There's this great, um I think I shared it on Facebook, but there's this Japanese approach. They have a very low divorce rate, and they call it something, I forget what they called it, but it's like, um, "Let's take a moment. Let's take a moment to sit and not say anything to give us time to calm down, and then we talk and we move forward," right? You're drinking soda now, relaxing, instead of drinking alcohol, right? So but I feel here with Jeff, I feel like he didn't miss you emotionally, but he likes that attraction. Again, didn't we got fire energy before, right, with Jeff. They're not it's not emotion, it's looking for the next sparkler, passion, right? Yeah, right? That's what happens when we're like you say, when a human is in fear, we do stupid shit, which is what we do. We act like a two-year-old, right? When we feel unsafe, out of control, or uncomfortable, our little inner child throws our intelligent, compassionate, loving side out, and we do act like two-year-olds, right? So, uh, it's what happens. That's why we have fights, right? That's why we have wars. All right. So Walter was very upset today. Why? We also had a Cancer moon yesterday and today, so a lot of emotional energy are expanded. Why was he so upset today? Yeah, okay. So we've got the, Princess of Cups, high emotions and the moon energy. So I feel like their emotions were set high already. Um, so a lot of emotional upheaval, and it just they were ready to trigger. Just like, why were you so upset today? um, he told me he's not changing Home Depot, so he got upset and left. So let's take a look here. Yeah, yeah, I see here. So why is he calling? Why is he calling you? But I do feel here because, you got the 4 of Pentacles, which is security of home. It's funny, Home Depot. The security, and the King of Swords is, right now he's staying with them, but they've got this energy here of, um, there's this thinking and plans, and they have a lot of other plans and other things too, but right now they're not changing, and they're doing this, right? And the reason why he's calling too, I mean, he's got the 9 of Cups, which is the emotional dream come true. He's happy with you and he wants this, but that's why, we've been talking about learning how to communicate. It's so important in a relationship, right? Yeah, and like Tim says, every disagreement need not be pushed to critical level. Trying to see and understand the other side helps a lot. Yeah, curious. Becoming curious of why someone is, instead of attacking them and each other, get curious of why are you coming to that conclusion? Where are you coming from? Instead of, you're not doing what I want you to do, brah. That's usually what we end up doing as humans, because we go into fight or flight mode, going because we put a bunch of stories to what they're doing. Oh, you're choosing that because you don't want to do this, and da 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 da. So we're assuming a lot, and um, yeah, we're we're going through all this, and it's like understanding, what your fears are that got ignited, and try to be curious about what made them agitated and what fears were being ignited on their side, understanding one another rather than attacking one another. I'll have to find that. I forget what it was. It was a Japanese approach because they agree, and it's so powerful. In fact, I wonder if I have it here. So sorry, everybody. Let me just check here real quick, see if I can find it. I think it was on Instagram, one of the Instagrams, and I had sent it. I had read it to my host, and we were all floored when I read it. Let me see if I can find it real quick because it's like um, a life-changing approach. Let's see if I can find it. I think it was back here where I do save too much stuff. There's so much good stuff out there on Instagram, the people I follow anyway. Let's see here. Ah, here it is. I think it is here. Oh, no, that's not it. It did say Japanese, but it's not there. Ah, the invisible thread. Oh, oh, I love that. Well, it talks about taking a moment of quiet um, in a relationship, and I'll find it here in a sec. Here, it's coming up here. I can feel it because I feel like it helps everyone. And I think I posted it. I think I did it as a, or maybe I read it one night. I can't remember now. Okay, maybe it was much further back than I thought. All right. I wonder if I saved it in another thing here, but it's an important thing. Maybe I'll share it another night. I'll write it down to find it. I don't want to take everyone's time right now since other people are waiting for their readings, but let me write it down. But it is about it's the pausing, um, and they're like, "Let's take a moment," and then it takes like 3 or 4 minutes, and then because it takes that time with no talking, no looking at anything else, not looking at each other, you just kind of sit in each other's presence for a moment, and you let it become still because it's it's in the quietness, and we teach each other that even when we disagree, I still love and support you rather than attack you. And if we attack each other, then our nervous system activates, kind of energy. But I feel like that's what they have there. So, and then let's get to your other fortune cookie. I don't think I gave you your third one here. I like it. So it's about take a step. And it says, your affirmation is, I put action behind my goals every single day. Says you need to let go of any doubts and fears and step out of your comfort zone. Your angels are supporting you and leading you in the right direction. So you should accept their help and enjoy this moment in your life. Yeah. I feel like that's returning to your joy and but I feel like it's important to understand what you're fearing through the situation and know that, there's a reason why you reacted because something inside of you felt uncomfortable, out of control, and you were fearing something, right? Something ignited. And of course, if there was two of you in the argument, they of course also triggered. So understanding, it. And he says we need to move past it, but I feel like, yeah, stop arguing about it. But I feel like it's important for you guys to talk about your feelings and understand where it's coming from, or you're going to continue to have fights because there's a fear that will keep repeating and coming up. That's why after an argument, just making up and moving past it and smoothing it over, nothing gets smoothed over. It just starts to, you know, boil underneath the surface still. So hopefully that helps. If I find it, I have your email address, Maria, from your free reading. So I'll email it to you if you'd like. You're gonna get it anyway, even if you don't. But it was like, wow, life-changing. So I'll find it. I'll probably find it tonight. All right. So hang in there, my dear. What matters most? What do you love about each other, right? All right. You're welcome, Blueberry. Many blessings to you. Hey, Moonlight. Good to see you. Thank you for your donation. We will jump over and complete that here. I don't think we had anyone else come in here, right? Thanks for your extra support there, Tim. I appreciate that. Voices of experience, we know, right? All right. So, Moonlight 311:55 is your timestamp. Oops. Here you go. Yep, I put it on there. So, thanks for the little "How's it going?" sticker and for your donation. And you want to know, what do the next 3 weeks have to offer for you? Good vibes, any work, money, special events, new exciting people, any love in the air? It's springtime. All right, let's take a look. So, next 3 weeks, let's see here. We'll do week number 1, week number 2, week number 3. I feel like you have another one there, and then underline energies, and this one here, and overall. All right. Well, we do have, of course, we've got the Queen of Cups underneath the surface here coming in. And of course, here's the big old moon energy. We are using the Sun and Moon Tarot. So I like that energy very much. It feels like these next 3 weeks are you mastering your self-love, because underneath that, you have the Ace of Cups too with the Queen. Whoops, I didn't mean to flip you off. The Queen of Cups there. So I feel like a lot of it is wonderful reflections of your self-love and, the energy. Your overall for the 3 weeks, you have the Hierophant, and the Hierophant is the author of change, of seeing things from a higher perspective, and a little bit of stepping stone energy as well. So we'll see what kind of energies are coming up here that you're learning from. Um, First week, you've got the Devil card and the Ace of Swords. So it feels like here regarding work, you are going to get some new communication, week number 1, around for new work, because Capricorn, Saturn energy rolls over the house of job and career, and Ace of Swords is new communication. You're also simultaneously uh, seeing clarity around cutting away some old ways of thinking, some thoughts and beliefs and mindsets. So week number 1, that would be the Hierophant energy coming in, that you're learning a lot about letting go of more and more expectations, freeing yourself more from the bondage of thinking and thoughts. And I like that energy. Underneath the surface, you do have the Two of Pentacles. So there's this balance and change energy. which you have change energy for the entire 3 weeks with the major arcana 5 kind of being all, within all of that too. So, we've got that there. Yeah, right. So, you've got this energy here, with these, for week 1, and I feel like that with the 2 of Pentacles, there might even be kind of an interest or information coming across your path for 2 jobs this next week, and but I feel like you have your clarity on, instead of doing what your mind is saying you should do, supposed to do, need to do, really get into that Queen of Cups being underlying energy. Trust your uh, your heart, your instincts, your empathic abilities, what you feel drawn to out of those two. Week number 2, you got the 2 of Wands. So there's a lot of possibilities in week number 2. What is that coming in here? With the 10 of Pentacles. So there is abundance, money, available to come in the second week. Um, but it depends here on how big and how fast the 2 of Wands, right? Whatever you're focusing your energy in is what draws it in. If you're grateful and focused on the higher vibration, wonderful growth. Focusing on need, want, the lower vibration, all about this, right? It pushes it away here, but you have this second week, this fullness of life in the outside world with this 10 of Pentacles. So I feel like it's week number 2 feels like groups of people. I don't feel like it could be a relationship energy, but I don't feel it for week 2. This feels more like groups and feels a lot more like abundance, feels more like that kind of, energy that's there. The underlying energy, yeah, Princess of Pentacles, Page of Pentacles. So new opportunities opening up, new flow, new abundance, again, reinforced underneath it there, but the amount of it and the size of it, again, you are the one that controls the experience. But it feels like week number 2, you have a great amount of manifestation energy. Whatever you're focusing on is really expanded. So week number 2, be very aware of where your focus is. As many reminders as you can to come out of the outside world that tends to suck us out into the fear and stress and everything else, and come back to higher vibration as much as you can will help, with abundance. Week number 3, you got the 7 of Wands. I like that energy, and the 3 of Cups. So again, it feels here around, being true to your authentic self, but it feels like you're out in the spotlight with the 7 of Wands. 3 of Cups is around, like, your tribe and groups of people. So it feels like week 3, there is that kind of celebration, this, hanging out with people, but it's like you are standing out among the crowd with this here too. Underlying energy with that, you do have the King of Swords. So the 3rd week, I do feel like you are gaining a lot of clarity around all the different areas of your life. Um, I don't feel like love in the air here yet, with these 3 weeks. It feels more like hanging out with, small groups of people or large groups, but it feels like maybe it's because you got a job and you're working and you're like, I don't have any energy for hardly a lot of, other things outside of hanging out with some people here and there. But you do gain a lot of clarity around, again, with all of that, um, energy of the, um, we had the devil card and all that about seeing things differently, clarity coming in, and a lot about letting go of expectations, letting go of control, letting go of going, yeah, I can't control other people's stories. I can only control my own stories. I can't control anyone else's emotions. I can only control my own. Can't control anyone else's energy. Can only control my own. I can't control anyone else's physical actions. I can only control my own. So that's what feels like it's coming in for that. Twin flames are not near you right now. Where, oh, where have they gone? Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. And you've got, yep, abundance. Yeah. So definitely it feels like you have a great opportunity for abundance coming in. Your affirmation: abundance is my essence, my foundation, and my being. And the angels are telling you that you already possess the power to have everything you've ever dreamed of and more. When you cultivate true joy, love, peace, passion, purpose, and freedom inside yourself, you'll see these things reflected back to you in the outside world. So I love that. What a great confirmation. Yeah, you have to sleep. Yay. Yeah, I hear you. No rush. Let's just keep it out there. No walls, just boundaries. Beautiful. I like it. So that is what they have for you, my dear. Thank you again for your donation. Very grateful. Let's see, we have Ravit came in. Hello, hello. We'll get you on the free list here. I think that to be here. All right. So I just have 3 free readings left here. We got Free Soul Humming. Here we go. I think that was right. We got 3/21/25. Is your timestamp here. And you want to know a little reading about your forever person, the one that you're meant to be with. All right, let's take a look here. So, based on current energies, let's take a look here. I want this one here. All right. So we do have here, we've got the Princess of Swords, which is the Page of Swords, and the Sun card coming in here too. So I like this energy. I feel like a lot about this forever person. The Sun card shines a bright light on all areas of our life. It shines this energy into um, all of our thoughts and all of our emotions. You know, it brightens up everything where we even see the dusty corners, right? And I like this energy because it's also about the inner children, inner child. And there is this energy here, like with the Princess of Swords, the Page of Swords, is seeing things from a different perspective, which tells me that they may not um, like align with your expectations of who you think they're supposed to be. Like what type of person, what do they bring into the relationship, how the relationship begins and proceeds, and what it brings to you and all this. But I feel like it's more around them themselves, like what they do and who they are, what nation they're from, what beliefs they have, whatever it may be. This long list of expectations we have around, oh, the perfect forever person would be this. They're not on that list. You know, there's some important things that match up there, but I feel like they are very much different than you're expecting. And it's important, you know, the more you can let go of those expectations, because when we have all these expectations, we're like, this is who they need to be. The creator goes, that person's on back order for 1,000 years. But if you open up and release those expectations, there they are. You get to meet them sooner. The more you release those, you know, thoughts and beliefs and mindsets, then the faster they come towards you. I feel like personality-wise, the Sun card is very bright, and I feel like this is their energy. So they could be a fire sign, someone who's very bright and forward. They have that energy that just a lot of people are drawn to them. And so I feel like that's a big important energy around them. They might even be an educator, if not with this Page of Swords. I feel like they're constantly wanting to learn. But I feel like at their core, they're a teacher too, because I like sharing their energies. They might have a lot of Gemini influence in their chart, though I feel like their main energy is like a fire sign. maybe even like a Sagittarius that likes to travel a lot because I feel like they like to learn and get out there, and that's kind of some Sagittarius energy that's there too. But I feel like that's what they have for you right now. A little bit of tidbits. So that's what they got for you, my dear. Many blessings to you. All righty. Let's see. Oh, thank you so much for your additional donation. Moonlight, as soon as I see your question, we'll jump down there and complete that. I'll put you on the list here. And let's see, we've got here, I think it's Minu. Hello, hello. Good to see you. We'll add you to the free list here. And let's see here. We also had Wendy. Hello, hello. Good to see you. Get you on the free list here as well. Oops. There we go. And then I thought I saw, oh, it must have been you. I thought I saw someone else, but I got Ravit. Got that here. All right. There we go. So I'm gonna jump in, complete Moonlight's donation, and then when I come back, me will be up next for free readings. Ravit, and then Minu, and then Wendy is where we're at. So we're getting down to the wire here, but they got in before the elevator doors closed. All right, so Moonlight 32624 is for your second one here. Here's both your timestamps. Boom, boom. Thank you for your additional donation. So now I have to ask that you had twin flames around you. Since they are not coming in, who and how will your next person be? Personality and looks? Do I know who they are? All right. You don't mean an ex. Yeah. All right. Let me take a sip here. So we'll do two quick twin flame one, twin flame two, like thing one and thing two. We'll see. We'll get a quick read on them. So they're not coming in right now. We'll see what's up with them. So who and how will the next person be? Who and how? Okay. And personality. Oops. And looks. I guess those are those. And do you know who they are? All right. So let's look here. So thing one, twin flame. We got the judgment call. They have a different calling here. I had a feeling one of them has exited the planet. And this judgment card, it feels like, because this is someone raising from the dead. So I feel like one twin flame has X'd out. They're not here. They chose one of their exit paths. And so they're back on the other side. So they're around you in spirit, but not in the flesh anymore. Number two, yep, the Four of Pentacles. They're still in this adventure of discovering their self-worth. And so they're off on their little, kind of their journey of trying to, their stepping stones, trying to, uh, you know, grow and step into their power, um, you know, right now. So that's where they're at. They're doing independent work, as you are. Um, yeah. Uh, Um, well, I mean, one went away. Did you learn your lesson already? I think you're joking, but you still have one remaining here. They just haven't come into your life yet. Because you guys, twin flames don't always, whoosh, there's at a time in your life, you guys are drawn in to kind of, finish up some rough spots. But not every lifetime has to be one where it's, um, consistent for many, many decades of, chipping away at each other, right? So, but I feel like it's gonna be a while yet for them. Um, let's see here. So who will be the next person? Yeah, well, you do have the Lovers card. So, do feel here there's an energy here of, definitely compatibility here, and I had a feeling that it's this second twin flame will be the next lover that comes in for you here, um, because I feel like everyone else will be more stepping stones, that it won't develop into a relationship until this twin flame comes in here for you. Because how will this next person be? Yeah, because we got the Prince of Swords, so the Knight of Swords, and the Three of Wands, which they teach you a different way of looking at things. Um, and they're unexpected, they're different than you might expect, with this Three of Wands being a different route than you normally would have gone. So I like this energy, and I kind of felt like they're not around yet, but the next relationship, the next love that's coming your way, and I feel like is gonna be the final love with this one. The last kind of partnership, everyone else feels like stepping stones, like they come in and they're, because of where you're at in your path, you're just like, "No." Boundary, they don't come this way, to come this way, right? Yeah. Let's see here, because 'cause you've got 1 card, 2 card, 3 cards, even with how they're answering, there's this progression coming. Um, their personality and their looks. Yeah, we've got the Queen of Wands energy. Yeah, and we've got the Justice card, which Libra energy over the, house of relationships, and Temperance. Again, balancing energy, the yin and the yang, and I feel like they come slowly into your life here. Um, the personality is a very patient person, that comes in here, and I feel like the personality, I like this fire, because here's it's one of your, the twin flame, right? Here's the flame, the energy, but it's someone fiery. I do feel like they're more of a fire sign, at least as their sun sign, and which you can either create steam together with, well, I don't know what you have a Cancer moon, right? But I like this because 'cause they're a patient person, temperament is they're slow, they're patient, they don't need to rush into everything. The Justice card is very balanced of mind. By this point, they've let go of a lot of lower vibrations, low thinking, and they're seeing things from a higher perspective, as well. So, um, looks well, with looks, with fire, they've gotta be, fire signs are generally attractive, energetically, physically, kind of energy that comes in here. Oh, Leo moon, Cancer rising. What's your sun sign? But, well, you do see the world through the emotion. But you have a fire moon, so that would work out well. You guys can relate to the fire. But I like that energy. Do you know them? Do you know who they are? Six of Swords, I don't feel like, no, not yet, 'cause, you would know with that, with them being a twin flame, it would be like, "Holy moly." But the Six of Swords, I feel like there's still transition happening. You guys are letting go of old ways of thinking, moving to new ways of thinking. And I feel like they're not nearby. I feel like you will either move to where they're at or they'll move to where you're at, and then that's when you meet them. So when you move to Jamaica or wherever, that's where they shall be. So I feel like that's mainly what is coming in there, you know? I feel like that is, what they want you to know right now. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in for this here as well. Well, you just drop all the cards. Let's just do that. Zanzibar. Yeah. Hello. Yeah, yeah, yeah. All right. And you've got, yeah, you got the slow down energy. Like if I could move any slower, I'd be a snail. But the affirmation is I'm taking the time to simply be. So the angels would like to introduce you to the art of being. There are many things we can rediscover by slowing down and not always rushing to get things done. Walk slowly, pay attention to every step, leave time for conversation, eat slowly, be deliberately aware of your actions. Wow, I like that. It's all about you're learning to be present and being in the moment. So I like that. All right. So that's what they have for you, my dear. Thank you again for your donations. I appreciate those. All right. So, me, you are up 336.02. Oh, I don't think you had a question, but I'm going to give you one anyway. So, you said you're going to the UVA Tuesday, probably will be admitted again. Let's take a look here. We'll get some energies here for you and see what we have coming in here for you. Yeah, and I feel here you got the 7 of Cups, which the 7 of Cups is normally about emotional confusion, but I'm looking at the cups as heart energy, right? And so I do feel here the 7 of Cups is, they're realizing, the heart is um having conflict, but we also have the 4 of Cups, which I feel like they're able to stabilize because the 4 is a very stable energy, and you have the 6 of Wands, which is a victory energy too. So, of course, disclaimer in the description box, description area. I'm not a licensed medical professional, of course, so see the disclaimer. But I feel like this is a very um, it feels like a win kind of energy that you get when you go there, and there's some stability that comes in regarding it. So I like that for you, me. That's what they have for you. So hang in there. I'll continue to send you love energy. I gave you some this morning and we sent some out. In fact, we'll do some for Sudeshni too. They had surgery today. So if you want to join me real quick, we'll send some wonderful energy to me and to Sudeshni. Just let the love and light surround. Let your higher self do what it wants to do with it energy according to the will of your higher self. All right. You've been a snail for 68 months. You're so funny. All right. And then we have Ravit is up. Ravit, you got 338.06. Whoops. There we go. Much better. More accurate. There's your timestamp. So you want to know what's coming in. All right, Ravit, let's take a look here. What does Spirit want you to know about what's coming in here? This one and this one. You got the 7 of Pentacles and the 6 of Wands. So I feel here it's something that's been taking a while to arrive with the 7 of Pentacles. That's usually the last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit. And the 6 of Wands is a victory and a flow energy that comes in. And so I feel like whatever this thing that's feeling like it was taking forever to come forward, you're about to see this movement, this change, this fruition. It's like, "Oh, there's an apple. I was waiting for an apple, and there's a little apple on the tree." And then a few days later, there's more and more. And I just feel like it continues to expand and to grow there. So I like that for you. I feel like you'll know what that is because you'll know the thing that feels like it's been taking forever to come in. But I feel like you're going to have movement coming up very, very soon, like within the next couple weeks. So that is what we have for you, Ravit. So many blessings to you. All right. And then Minu, you are up. Here's your timestamp. Boom, boom. Want to know what's coming next in Minu's life, right? Based on current energies, what's headed your way? What does Spirit want you to know? Got this one and this one. All right. Well, it does look here. Do you have the Lover's card coming in along with the Six of Pentacles? This wonderful kind of giving and receiving relationship can be romantic if you're looking for that. Um, but it can be an important friendship or relationship with a family member too. It doesn't have to be romantic, but um, it's feeling that way if you're looking for that because that Six of Pentacles is like this equal, wonderful, balanced, equal and giving type of relationship rather than, you know, the old you have to give so much to get so little from people. I feel like it's someone willing and balanced that equally gives like you give instead of you're the one always, doing the more. And you got the six, the Lover's card, and then the Six of Pentacles. So there's this 6 6 energy is an energy of flow and that you're on the right path. This is where this is headed. Whoops, and flowing towards. Is my microphone gonna fall off? So I like that for you. I feel like that's what's coming next year for you. So keep on the path that you're on. Keep putting the energy, the mental choices, emotional choices, energetic choices, physical choices, on gratitude, right? That just helps draw things in sooner. The more we're in lack and need and want and fear energy, the longer it takes because we push it away with our energy. So I like that. All right, Minu, that's what they have for you right now. So many blessings to you. All right. And then we have Wendy, 34134. Oh, these 3 4 energies in there. There's your timestamp. And you want to know, based on your current energies, will you meet Elon Musk? Interesting. Let's take a look here. All right. Will you meet Elon Musk? You know, I feel like we're not right now with the Hermit card because that's the, being away being away from that. Um, so, you know, but the Fool card is the energy. It's the first card in the major arcana, which is a world of possibilities. I'm like they're saying here, based on current energy, it's kind of no, because that's kind of like feel like they're in this hermit kind of energy, or you're in this kind of hermit energy where you're kind of pocketed away. But the Fool card is, but that doesn't mean that it can't happen because there's a lot of different avenues, but they're like the one that you're on is kind of taking you in this direction away from them. But generally what that means is that, because you get to make the choices of your story and your emotions and your energy and your actions, that you can change the focus and alter your course. And when they tell me that, that means there's possibilities that you can. And usually with the full card being and these are 2 major arcana, that there's a big chance that you can, with that here. And so the things you can do, one, I feel like they're saying question the why. Why do I want to meet them? And understand, what the energy behind meeting them is. If it's of want and need, any kind of lack energy, anything like that, then that's gonna push them away. If we, look at what would I be grateful for in meeting them, and, um, what do I feel it would be for us, then that changes the energy. That's what kinda draws it in. The more grateful we are, the more full of joy and unconditional love and play and surrender kind of the creator, then the more we draw in. So something you can do is, "Creator, I'd really like to meet Elon Musk and I would like them to, you know, adopt me or whatever it is you're wanting from them. Say, this is what I would like if it's for my highest experience and theirs and the collective. Here you go." And then you start having gratitude for what you do have and what you have had that draws things in. If I'm focusing on, I need this, I want this so bad, then that's lack energy and that pushes it further away. So there still is an opportunity to alter and to head in those directions. But that is what they have for you right now. So many blessings to you. Good to see you. All right. So, Marissa, thank you so much. I do see a donation has arrived. So, we'll put you over here on the donation list here. Boom, boom. You're welcome, Wendy. All right. So, Marissa, you're at 3:45:19. Here is your time stamp. So, thank you for your donation via Z PayPal. And your question is over here. So, thank you for that. And their current feelings for you. All right. We'll see what we got going on here. We took a quick sip here. I think I'm done with my coffee. I am. Let me grab some water here. All right. So, what are their current feelings for you? All right. Got that here. Oops. Look at that one here. Oh, there was more. I feel like there's at least one more up here. An underlying energy. And this one too. All right. Yeah. So, bottom of the deck, we do have the 5 of Wands, which is a conflicted energy. No kidding, right? He is conflicted. But with you, with his feelings for you, there's confliction there. So, which usually means a battle between their head and their heart kind of energy. We'll find out more what that all means coming in here, but generally it's the heart is the one that usually doesn't know any better, and it just, "I love them. I just am attracted. I love love," right? And the mind's like, "Oh, no. I don't want this. I have fears. I have, conditioning. I have expectations," and all sorts of this is usually the thing that's in conflict with our heart, and it's the one that usually trying to go, "No, no, no. Don't do that," right? So we have that underneath the bottom of the deck for the overall kind of energy to be aware of. They are conflicted. And then your first card is the Prince of Pentacles, which is the Knight of Pentacles. So there is this slowness energy. It's the slowest moving knight out of them all. They don't want to move quickly on anything. They kind of just want to take things slow, methodical, taking time. And usually things go slow in it because they're learning something about themselves and we're learning something about ourselves. So whenever there's a slow moving card between us and someone else, it is for us to learn a lot about what's going on in here rather than what's going on, you know, um, out there, because it's given us a chance to reflect. So there is this bit of reflection that's going on, but an intentional slowness that's here too. What else about feelings for you? Yeah. A lot of confusion about relationship energy, 10 of Pentacles, relationship energy, 7 of Cups, a lot of different emotions that are there. And that does make sense here. I'm kind of sensing kind of this rubber band, wishy-washy, back and forth kind of energy. I kind of feel like because they're confused that they'll when their heart escapes and it goes, "Hey, blah, 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 blah," and then their mind kicks in and goes, "What are you doing over there? Get back here." And then they're like, they're gone. And then they're here, and then they're gone, and then they're here, and then they're gone, kind of energy. Underneath all that, yeah, we got the 4 of Swords. So a lot of this underlying energy around the relationship is around expectations and their mind is that fearing like, "I'm not gonna live up to what you're wanting from me or what I think you're wanting from me," because quite honestly, I don't think they've ever asked you. what you want, what you'd want from them, and there's just a lot of assumptions that you think this and this is what you want, and I know. They think they know, but they don't know because they were conditioned growing up with whatever expectations they were taught, someone wants from someone in a relationship, and you were brought up with different, and so they don't match, um, and they just have always assumed, and where some of the confusion I feel comes in for them because they're like, "I don't know why you get so upset with these things," because they don't really talk about what, these expectations that aren't met, or when you get upset about them not living up to your expectations, they just assume that there's something more going on here, they don't ask, they don't get curious. Interesting. Let's see what else we have here. Yeah, we got the justice card. They're trying to understand here, trying to see things from a different perspective, trying to sort it out. What's below the surface there? Yeah, but there's a lot of, this Leo energy, this passion energy, this inner child energy. It just, they're having trouble reconciling because it's like math works differently on their planet than it does on yours. So when they're trying to reconcile like a checkbook on their planet using their math, it doesn't balance out. It would balance out on yours. But when you use their math, it wouldn't balance in yours. It's like you guys look at things very differently. It's like you're from different planets, and that's what they're saying. They're struggling trying to balance things because some things just don't make sense to them because they were brought up differently. Interesting, right? What else do we got here? We have the Ace of Swords. Feel like they're gonna try new communication with you soon because 'cause they're gonna attempt more clarity here. Their minds agreeing, yeah, and the Queen of Wands, but it's more passion-based, energetic, and, you know, because I don't feel like they understand and are able to communicate their emotions very clearly, and, um and that's why they've learned to express it through passion, through action, through motion, through physical intimacy, not through real heartfelt sharing. And if this is how much we love ourselves, no matter how much love we want to give, it just trickles out. No matter how much love someone wants to give us, it just trickles in. And so they instead they go to the route of passion expression instead, which is why they get so attracted and, you know, they know, well, they start getting feedback from relationships that, "I need more emotion from you," and they're like, "I'm giving you all I can. Here's more passion," and they're like, "I want emotion," and they're like, "Okay, well, this person over here wants passion from me, so I'll go over there instead," and that's the way they've kind of lived, you know, in their little cycles, if that makes sense. So they do have the Two of Cups. So there is this love energy here. They do see that attraction there, you know, for that. But I just feel like until they deal with their confliction, that they're going to continue that cycle and they can't give you the love that you're wanting from them because they don't have that love for themselves. So I kind of feel like that's where their feelings are at, that you know, I don't feel like their mind is able to, I don't know, just kind of connect the dots for relationship energy, but, it just feels like they're very, conflicted is the word, right? Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in. Anything else in here? Because I don't feel like they are capable of a committed relationship because they'll opt out when they feel like they're gonna fail, right? And then they'll head off, until they that fizzles out, and then they return back, and they keep returning back, right? Oh, what is this? So your fortune cookie is fairy wings. So this says, "My inner child is happy and carefree." It says, "Do you ever feel like a lost child wandering aimlessly through life? Do you feel you've forgotten how to be truly happy and carefree? The angels ask you to play, have fun, and let go of the adult seriousness you've been carrying around. Schedule a play date with your inner child. It's time to have fun. And why are we being so serious, right? We all do it." But I like that. It's time to return to play. So that is what they have for you, my dear. Hopefully that helps a little bit there. But yeah, I feel like until that confliction is solved, that it's just going to be repeating patterns. So yeah, you're very welcome. Thank you again for your donation. I think that is it for all the almost was all for the free readings. We had one more pop in here. You beat the elevator doors were just closing, so we'll throw you in here. Happy pill. So let's see here. Your 356 even is your timestamp here. And ancestral messages. You're welcome. Let's see here. What do your ancestors have for you? Got the King of Swords and the Seven of Pentacles. Yeah, I feel you have this slowness energy coming in here with the Seven of Pentacles. It's like the last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit. It takes a lot of time for things to grow and, from a seedling into a tree into getting branches and getting bigger where it has leaves and then eventually blossoms and then eventually fruit. Takes a while. Sometimes it can take years, right? I know my brother had an apple tree. Took him like a couple of years for it to finally start bearing fruit because you have to do all these things to it. But that's the Seven of Pentacles energy, that there's a slowness that comes. And whenever we get a slow card, there's a reason why life kind of feels like it's slowed down in your ancestors, from a place of eternity and, having been your ancestors for a very long time. And for this body, physical body, they're like, yeah, it's especially when they come from times of where it took months to travel across a continent instead of, um, hours, right? So they're like, it's all about taking the time and it's okay embracing the timing of things because the King of Swords, I feel like you're learning the power of story, which your ancestors know because they would hand down stories from generation to generation to generation. And each generation would change the story slightly. So the original story that was told is nothing like the stories that are told today, but it's empowering you and telling you about how you have the ability to change the stories of anything that's going on in the outside world. It just is until it gets in here and we apply a story to it. So many of our stories are stories that we've been told from others as well about, you know, the supposed to be's, the should be's, the need to be's. When that happens, this is what it means. When that happens, this is what it means. When that happens, this is what it's supposed to mean. But that doesn't mean that's the story you have to take, and I feel like there's a slowness to give you time to question stories you have around things that, have happened, and things that are happening, and even fears of things that you fear will happen, and to question the story that you've applied to them because you are the master storyteller for your life, and that you have this opportunity to change those stories. It doesn't have to be the stories that you've been told by and from everyone else. You get to change your story. So I feel like that's the big thing the ancestors want you to know is that you are your own master storyteller, and you don't have to listen to anyone else's story. So I like that for you. That's what they got for you. Happy pill. So many blessings to you. You're welcome, Minu. So I think that is everything. So, if you guys have not got into the giveaway for the full moon drawing coming up next week, here is the link for that if you want to check it out. I give away the chance at winning a 30-minute personal recorded reading or one of my energetic hedges. Also, I put out a video talking about how to make the most of the Libra full moon energy. So it talks about release energy specific to the Libra moon, and then also affirmations as well for the Libra. And we talk about the energy of the Libra full moon that is opposing the Aries sun. Are we in the Aries sun? I think we're going to be in Taurus by then. Yeah, we'll be in Taurus on April 1st, right? No, March 20th to April 20th. We're still in Aries. Check out the video to find out. I also created a separate the basics of making the most of full moon energy that's kind of separate from specific, the moon's and the zodiac sign of the moon energy. So if you wanna check out I also have that linked in the other video if you wanna check it out. I just do them separate so you don't have to listen to it every month. If you listen to it once or twice, you kinda get the information. You don't have to hear it every month, right? And lastly, but not leastly, we do have here a podcast that comes out every 2 weeks called The Easier Path. This last one was called Faded Love. We talk about faded love, stepping stones, your soul partners, soul mates, all that with some hints on how to understand relationships and to make it relationships an easier path instead of a harder one. So if you want to check it out, there's there. If you want to catch up on any of the others, all the playlists are down in the description area of the video, and of course at the on my main page on the YouTube channel as well at the top. So that is what they have. I am on Wednesday through Sunday nights, same time, 5 p.m. Mountain Time. So I'll be back tomorrow. So if you want to join me, I'd love to see you guys. Until then, remember every second of every day of your life, you truly are eternally and unconditionally loved by the Mother and the Father of all things, our Creator. And of course, I love you guys too. So until I see you again, much love. You hang in there, take care of yourselves, and we'll see you soon.